I think that was 3 seconds. Okay, I'm going to call this meeting of the Historic District Commission to order. As a preliminary matter, this is Ray Pohl, Chairman of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Permit me to confirm that all members, all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Val Oliver.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane Coombs.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. Stephen Welch.
Aye.
Great. Ray Pohl for the record. And do we have anybody else yet?
I'm here. Jesse.
Jesse and Jesse Dutra. Just say aye. Did you say aye, Jesse?
Aye, yes.
There you go. Very good.
Mr. Chair, Abby's in now.
Okay. Abby Camp. Abby, if you're muted, here, I'll unmute you.
Sorry about
Abby, you're muted. Sorry.
Hi.
Okay, that's an aye. I'll take that as an aye. Thank you. Okay, so those are our members. Now, staff, when I call your names, please respond in the affirmative. Holly Bacchus.
Present.
Thank you. Kadeem McCarthy.
Present.
Great. And I think that's it, right, for staff. And anticipated members will announce the names as they come to us. Good afternoon. This is an open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It's being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12th, 2020, due to the state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of COVID-19. In order to mitigate the transmission of COVID-19, we have been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings. And as such, the governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. Further, all members of public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order, which you can find posted with agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will not feature public comment. This meeting, the Historic District Commission, is convening by video conference via Zoom app is posted on the town's website identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that all attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other folks may be able to see you and to take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All supporting materials that have been provided members of this body are available on the town's website unless noted otherwise. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. We're now turning to the first item on the agenda. Before we do so, permit me to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. The chair will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide any comment, questions, or motions. Please hold until your name is called. And further, please remember to mute your phone or computer when you're not speaking. Please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor and state your name before speaking. And if members wish to engage in a conversation with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourself. Finally, each vote tonight will be taken by roll call. That's the boilerplate. And now the first item for our agenda would be to get a motion to approve.
So move.
Thank you, Diane. Abby? Abby's muted.
Aye.
Thank you. Val?
Aye.
Thank you. Let's see, we're missing a regular member. So between Stephen and Jesse, we're gonna alternate unless the board is already established. So Stephen, are you in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Great, and the chair is in favor. Motion carries. So that approves tonight's agenda. And by the way, folks, I'm sure that you're all very aware how long tonight's agenda is. So it'd be great if we could keep our comments to a minimum, try and move this thing along as best we can. So Holly, any public comment that we should read into the record at this time?
No, sir, none at this time.
Great, thanks, Holly. We have a consent agenda. Now let me look this
I
over.
make,
Oh, hang on
I
one
make
second.
a motion.
Diane? Diane?
I was gonna make a motion to hold. Yes,
Oh, what were you going to make a motion to hold?
to hold number 7, number 9, and number 10. That's you and Val is, sorry, Val is 5, 6, and
Well, but
Hey.
hang on. I'm not sure that we need necessarily to do that. Okay,
oh,
so.
all right.
Diane, I definitely appreciate what you just did. I see where it's going. But so obviously Val and I need to recuse, okay, from the consent agenda. Now, when Val and I recuse, we still have 4 board members, which is sufficient to approve the agenda. So I'm going to suggest that the chair, in this case, Diane, would go with a 4-person board, and then we could just approve everything all together. But that's Diane's call.
That sounds good. So I get a motion for what we're doing now.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Okay. Do you approve? And Jesse, do you approve?
Aye.
And Stephen, you approve?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I approve also.
Great. So the motion carries on the consent agenda. That was 4 items. I mean, four members. So thank you, Diane. And the next one, I think we can, well, actually, all the regular board members, of whom are Abby, Val, Diane, and myself. And then in this case, we'll pull in Jesse. So that would be the board on the consent with conditions, if I could have a motion to that effect.
Motion to approve consent with
Make a
conditions.
motion.
She beat you to it, Diane. But Diane, are you in favor of Val's motion?
I absolutely am.
Great, thanks. Abby?
Aye.
Great. Jesse?
Aye.
Okay. Val, you're in favor of your motion?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
Aye.
chairs in favor, motion carries. All right, that's great. Now we are on to old business carried over. And of course, if you're all following along with your agendas, you can see that we have boards that are established on all these. So first up, under old business, item 1 is 9 Dennis Drive. Okay. The board on this one is myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Stephen, all of whom are here tonight. So let's see, do we have, I think we saw Tim. Did we not?
Yeah, he's there.
Tim, are you representing this? If so, let's see. I see him there.
Okay, let me testing
you're
audio.
good.
1,
No,
2, 3.
Yeah, you're good. We hear you.
Great.
So Holly has your information up on the screen.
Yep.
You want to just tell us where we are with this one?
Absolutely. So when I originally presented this to the board, the concern was that from if you stand directly in front of the property, you can see the solar array. Just to note, you can't see the solar array coming from the east or the west. It is in a cul-de-sac. The neighborhood signed a letter saying that they give their full support of the array, but notwithstanding, it's a full frontal view from that when you stand directly in front of the property. So, and screening is particularly difficult here because the property is actually a little raised from the roadway there. And so it would be difficult to imagine putting in trees to screen that.
Okay.
So what we are proposing is to install, we have partnered with Sistine Solar and to install what are called solar skins onto the solar arrays. And yeah,
Right.
that's great. So if you see on this slide here, there's a little background about the technology. It was developed by some MIT engineers. They've had this company in place now for about 3 or 4 years. It's actually been adopted by a number of historic districts across the country and HOAs. And it's really cool technology. It uses a sort of imagine that skin that you put on your iPhone. It's a similar kind of thing to that. It's a laminate that you layer onto the top of the solar panel, and it uses selective light filtration to allow light to pass through to the solar panels, albeit with a little bit of degradation, but it will reflect light to create and emulate whatever image is appropriate for that structure. So in this case here, they actually did a rendering showing the asphalt, mimicking the asphalt tiles on that particular property. They can do everything from asphalt to wood to terracotta. They can even do logos, obviously not appropriate here, but my point being that it's adopted technology for allowing the panels to blend into the environment that they're being installed into. So we think it's a win-win. It allows the panels, you effectively cannot see the panels. They're hidden. And so it's a win for Nantucket, and it's a win for solar.
Thanks.
Wow,
Ken.
that's so interesting. Ray, can I give it a shot?
No. No, because there was a, I want to ask the board members that are sitting on this, there was one of these panels at the office. Who saw it?
I did not. Oh, I'm not sure.
I did.
I did too, and it doesn't look even remotely, even distantly like roof shingles. It looks like plastic.
Ew.
So,
And that's, okay, let me jump in when I can.
Having said that, Abby, do you want to take a stab at it?
So one of my concerns has always been with, especially on the front of a house, what the neighbors would view. And he said, I can't, sorry, what's your name again?
Tim.
Tim has said that the neighbors are in favor of this. He actually has a letter saying they're in favor of the solar. So, I don't know. But you're saying it's pretty unattractive. That sort of stops me dead. But I was going to say I'd like to give it a try.
So
Not
Abby,
Ray, could I jump in with your concern and respond to that?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
Okay, so
Because there is some science behind what you saw, Ray, when you actually see the panel on the ground. So I just want you, there is actually an explanation for what you saw.
okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So because it uses this selective light filtration and reflection, unless you view the panel and the skin in its intended location, it's not going to look like a shingle roof.
Okay, so
It-
then
it-
why
it-
did we see it in the office?
I think, I don't know where that came from. It's possible that someone else had proposed it and it had been requested to get a sample. That's
Oh,
all I
Kadeem.
can imagine.
Hang on, Tim. Kadeem's raising his hand there.
I think
Yeah,
those are
I'm-
metal shingles.
Those I don't believe were from Timothy Carruthers, but rather Timothy Holmes from a different solar group and application. I don't think those were Tim's. Tim, you were actually
Oh,
in the office
okay.
today. The solar panel that you saw, you guys didn't provide us with that, did you?
No, not at all. No.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's from a different solar company. And that's Timothy Holmes. I'm not certain what it was for, but it's not for Timothy Carruthers and Axe Solar.
Okay, well, be that as it may. I think that if, Tim, you're to get any traction on this at all, and what you're saying is, let's assume that this is either the same product or a similar product that I saw in the office that didn't even look remotely like roof shingles, then I think that we should get this up on top of the roof and see, vet your theory about it not looking like solar panels at all, because I'm, very skeptical about that. I got to tell you honestly.
I would agree with that. I think seeing it in place could really make us decide. Just one.
Yeah, just one panel, but sitting on the roof so that, if what you're saying, the reflectivity and all that makes it actually appear three-dimensional and just like roof shingles, well, then I'd be certainly willing to entertain that, but we'd need to take it another step. So Abby, is that what all you had to say on this application?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Abby. How about Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So, yeah, I didn't understand that the sample that I viewed was different than what we will need to see a sample of this as. So that I would like to see a sample. The other thing is that, as has been previously stated when we talked about these skins, I don't know, a year or more ago, I would love for these to work. At the very least outside the OHD, and it would solve a lot of problems for everyone, even if only it was in kind of those marginal questionable installations as opposed to the ones we just couldn't say yes to. But for me, for that to work, I would need to see something from town council to address. I think some of these warranties expire in 7 to 10 years. Some of them maybe 15. But many of the homes around Nantucket are well past 15 years old. So I would want to see something from town council with respect to what word craft would be required that when the skin started to peel off, it started to look messy and not really be accomplishing its goal, how the HTC would address that in its original approval for the home, for the certificate of approval. I would also like to get more information with respect to installations where this has been on the roof for some period of time, to get an idea of what it looks like in the wild, and how long it actually can be sustained out here in our kind of harsh coastal wind stricken environment. Again, I don't mean to be a wet towel, but these are important questions to be answered. It's my hope that they can all be answered in a positive way and we can move forward, but those are very important things I believe we would all be concerned about.
Totally agree, Stephen. Thank you. Val, you're on our task force, our solar task force. What do you have to say?
I agree. I think an example would go a long way. The rendering I zoomed in on my computer, and they don't resemble roof shingles at all. But it could just be the Photoshop thing. So that would be great if we could.
Okay, so shall I has everybody spoken?
One
Ray?
second. Diane hasn't spoken yet.
Right. It would be nice to get in. I think that Val is right. The rendering that we have saying solar skin has big squares. It doesn't look at all like shingles. And this is absolutely contrary to the thing of putting it on the front of the house. And once you start putting it on the front of the house without some major consideration, the next guy comes and says, well, it happened at 6 Dennis, so it should happen here. How often do we hear this? And it's either we're going to follow our rules or we're going to say to hell with the whole thing and let it go. But I think that this would have to be highly scrutinized and made sure in order to go on the front of the building, on the front of the street. That's all.
Thank you
Okay.
very much, Diane. So I just want to recap. Abby, I know you're eager to make a motion, which is great. Your responsibility, Tim, is going to be getting a sample of this put up on the roof in situ so we can view it and see about your claim that it's going to look exactly like roof shingles. Is that something you can handle?
It is something we can handle.
Fantastic.
And yes, yes.
Okay.
And it's definitely something we can handle and we would be willing to do and I think I've got the hint that the board would potentially be in support of it, right?
Well, yeah,
sounds like the vibe,
if it works the way that you're telling us,
Yeah.
then it would be a great solution. You know, we're trying to get things to work out with the solar. But as Diane said, we have to proceed with baby steps because we want to make absolutely sure that we're doing this the right way. And also to Stephen's point that, you know, if in 10 years this starts delaminating and stuff, what the legal recourse is. But that's something that we will investigate if this passes the first test, which is having it up on the roof for us to be able to view. So do you know, Tim, do you know the drill on a viewing thing?
I don't.
Okay, so what you need to do is once you have the panel with the mock-up shingles on top of it, then you will put it on and you'll notify somebody down at the HTC, Holly or Kathy or Kadeem, that it's up and it's ready to view so that we can go out and look at it over the weekend and then come back and reconvene the following Tuesday to discuss it. Okay?
Great. Yep.
All right. So now, Abby, with that, could you give us a motion?
Oh, yeah, I'd like to make a motion for a view to see a sample of this on the roof. What's the address?
9 Dennis Drive.
On 9 Dennis Drive. And also to Steve's concern and Diane's, that could you maybe delve deeper into the insurance of that, you know, with the northeasters and the storms we get, I mean, the wind we get, could you give us a little more information on what you have, how, you know, longevity it has?
Absolutely. There's all that information is available. You know, that it's a 30+ year design. So it's had to pass all of that before, but yes, we will present that.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be great. That would be my motion then, Ray.
Okay, that's great. So the motion has been made. Abby made the motion. Diane? Diane's probably muted. So Val, are you muted?
I don't
Aye.
think so.
Oh, Diane just said aye. Val?
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen?
I'll have a quick follow comment after the
Yep.
vote.
Oh, after you vote. Okay. Thanks, Stephen. Abby?
Aye.
Thank you. Chairs in favor, motion carries. And what was your follow-up comment, Stephen?
I just was going to suggest that, you know, until we have a chance to look at this, it probably doesn't make and determine whether, at least at first blush, it may be appropriate. It doesn't make sense to pursue anything with town council, but that would be something.
No, until it has to sort of pass the first test before we move it to the second test.
Just for clarity for the application.
Yeah, great. Okay, thanks. All right, thank you. Moving along to.
Thank you, everybody.
Good night, Tim. Thanks. Item number 2 is 24 Bartlett Farm Road. The board on this is myself, Diane, Abby, Val, And there are no alternates. So 4-person board. Let's see, Matt's there. I see him on the screen. I think Sarah's there. We have the drawings up.
Cool. I can,
Yeah, why don't you go ahead, Matt? We have our drawings in front of us, so I think you can start.
like I said, Sarah,
Oh, Matt,
yes?
try that again. You were sounding a little underwater just now.
Can you hear me now?
Not really very well.
Let's see here.
Maybe I'm the only one.
No, it was a little funky.
Bubbly. It sounded
How-
like he was
How
underwater.
about now?
No, you sound really distant.
Huh. Let me see here. Is this any better?
Now you actually sound okay.
Okay. This is maybe
Let's
come
go.
close. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Like you mentioned, Sarah Alger's here as well, and for the applicant. So just the changes, I think, where we left off on the last meeting were relegated to the rear of the structure, which is sheet A202, specifically the drawing 1, the north elevation, north and west elevation, drawings 1 and 2. I think that the last remaining item was trying to ungang windows in the back of the structure, which again is on sheet A202. What we did do is we spaced out the windows in a way where we only had one gang unit on the left side, which is on drawing 1, the north elevation there. We just spread those apart. And then there was some debate about the windows on the right side. And the idea behind that is if you scroll down, Holly, to drawing 2, the idea behind this back section was that there was essentially a porch, a covered outdoor deck and porch area, if you will, that was then infilled. And so what we did is we added some flush posts where those posts would be. The geometries of the gable are such where if we drew the center line of the gable here, that this section of the porch would be additive, if you will. So anyways, there was some debate, I think, between the board about best way to handle that. And we thought that this was a way to address that. Kind of breaks up the banding of the windows, if you will, and then supports the notion that this was an infill porch. I won't go through all the other changes that we've made since the very beginning, but it is great trim. We've dropped the height by 2 feet, changed that gable pent roof on the west elevation to a shed, which I think was a great suggestion. So very much appreciate the board's input, and we're hoping to get this over the finish line tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have.
Thanks. Everything's gray at this point, right, Matt?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Okay, board members, let's see. Abby, are you ready? Maybe she's muted. Let's see. Abby is muted. You ready, Abby?
The problem is I'm not touching my mute button, but I keep getting muted, and it might be because in the house I'm staying in now, the traffic goes by at like 50 miles an hour, so you might be muting me.
Well, yeah, so at the TV place, they mute, if there's background noise coming in, they'll mute you. So yes.
Yeah, and their motorcycles going by like 80 miles an hour here. But anyway, there was one elevation in particular where I didn't like the windows unganged. And I'm trying to find it. What's that? That's my favorite. Okay, there, right there. North. I'm not sure if there's enough space to read. I don't know. I'd like to hear what other people have to say about those windows, but they look a little peculiar to me. Like they're not one or the other. They're not unganged and they're not ganged.
Diane, Abby, which ones are you talking about? The ones in the gable forward or the
Yeah,
ones in the?
yeah, the gable.
Yeah. It is.
Yeah.
It's
No,
real
the other,
odd.
yeah, the second one.
Right.
Yeah, right
Oh.
there. It's like it hasn't been decided yet. And so I want to know what other people think about that.
Okay.
But can we scroll down? the other ways, please? Thank you. That elevation, I think that is, I think that's fine for this area. I think it's appropriate architecture. It looks like it could be an old farmhouse in that area. So I'm okay with the changes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Diane, are you ready?
Yep. I think it's good. South elevation is good. The west elevation is what you'll see coming from the farm out. The elevation that Abby was talking about with the mulled windows, the windows, the dormers are a good deal wider than the windows. I think the windows need to be separated in order to fill up, particularly that gable dormer over on the right-hand side. And the same with the big gable on the left-hand side. You could separate them and make 4 windows, except that would make quite an expanse of windows. But we do believe, I think we try and not have great spaces on the side of dormers, and putting those windows back together again would do that, I think. So I would prefer them the way they are in that north elevation proposed.
So to be clear, Diane, so on the north elevation, you're okay with the way that the windows, both in the dormer, have been separated, and they've also been separated in the gable that's facing us, and you're okay with the arrangement the way it is?
Yeah, I think it fills up that dormer better than putting them together.
Together.
And
Okay. But it almost sounded like you wanted them further apart than they're showing here, but you're okay with the
Well,
way they are now?
that would be good too, but then you might try to put 3 windows up over the windows down on the first floor. And so I think the 2 windows are good.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Val Oliver.
I do appreciate the changes, Matt. I still fundamentally would love to see the south elevation be the west elevation that faces Bartlett Road. But I do appreciate the changes.
Thanks, Val. I don't think that the house is going to rotate.
I don't either.
I get this feeling after however many weeks this has been up that that's not on the table. I'm okay with the revisions. I mean, I'm not loving that arrangement on the north side with the 2 windows in the middle with the sort of windows way on the outer flanks. But you know, look, it's okay. I've seen worse. So I'm okay with this, basically. If there's no more discussion, can we make a motion of some
I
kind?
have one suggestion about those 2 windows. What if they didn't have shingles in between, but it was a piece of wood? I've seen that before. And
Well, which windows are you talking?
we're on the north. We're on the north. We're still
Right,
up
but-
in that gable.
Well, I was talking about the main gable. I was not talking about the dormer.
Okay, well,
Mr.
I don't, I
Mr.
think
Chair, if I could, I could slide the windows over so that they're more centered between, so they weren't pushed so far out to the corner.
Oh, well, that would make me.
That would be good. Yeah, that would be much better.
Yeah, happy to do that. Happy to do that, Mr. Chair.
All right, well, that's good. So anything else on this or comments, or can we move this to some sort of a motion?
I make a motion
Okay,
to approve through staff with the window changes that were proposed.
window changes proposed, just for the record, being that the 2 outer windows on the north elevation single-story gable would move closer to
Right.
the 2 center windows.
Right.
That's through staff. So that is the motion. Thank you for the motion, Diane. Let's see how it goes. Abby,
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I don't think anybody heard the rest of my sentence. Was in the other gable on that north elevation that instead of putting a row of shingles down the middle, it would just be a piece of wood that would be painted the same as the trim,
which is gray. And so
which is
if
gray.
it were white, I'd have an objection. If it's gray, I don't care. Like either one is fine with me. Do you want to add that to the motion?
Well, I just think it looks odd to have that tiny set of shingles going down between the two. It doesn't make sense to me.
Matt,
So-
are you okay with doing something like that?
Yeah, that's
You are?
fine.
Okay, Diane, if you have no objections, could you add that to your motion?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know why Abby says she doesn't understand it because every window that's separated in a gable like that has shingles going down the middle of it. But anyway, I will add that the center of on the north elevation on the right-hand side have a strip of wood painted the same color as the trim.
Yeah, it would just be like a solid sort of mullion in between those two windows.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay, so that has been added to the motion. Thank you, Diane. So now are you in favor, Abby?
yes.
Okay, very good. How about you, Val?
I'm not in favor.
Okay, and Abby, you're in favor of your, oh, I'm sorry, Diane, you're in favor of your motion, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
The chair's in favor. So the motion does carry 3 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you very much.
Matthew.
I appreciate all your
Yes,
time.
we have another thing on this, which we've been sort of holding. Okay. So
Actually,
the same piece of property.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I was going to ask if I could, because we're still making some edits and changes to it. Is it possible to hold the pool, the next 2 applications associated with this for the next old business meeting?
Yeah, when you say the next 2 applications, I only have
Is there-
one on the,
I think it's just the one. If it's just the pool, there's a
it's
revised.
just the pool.
Oh, so it would be just the pool, Mr. Chair. So I was just
And so
going to ask
you
if we
want to
could
hold that.
if I could, please.
Yeah, okay, that would, listen, we're not, nobody's going to object to something like that tonight. So could I have a motion to hold item number 3 from one of the sitting board members? Sitting board members being myself, Diane, Abby, and Jesse.
So moved.
So move.
Thank you. I'll take both of those. So Jesse, are you in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Thank you. Abby?
Yes.
Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Chairs in favor, motion carries. Okay, so we hold that one. To next old business, by the way. Okay, so we still have Matt with us. He's in that. We're now moving out to 32 Pocomo Road. Board on this one, myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Stephen.
I can start whenever the board's ready, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that we're all ready. Yeah.
Okay, so probably the most significant changes, I think, sheet A 2.1, which is right here. It's great. We had previously submitted it, and we actually had 2 flanking porches, one of which was a carport. If you look at the west elevation, one on the right side, one on the left. And while this is a fairly short structure, it's 24.2, so pretty shallow. You know, it's not a tall structure by design. We omitted the carport or porch on the right. We felt that that was contributing to the verticality of it, which is something that the board as a whole had expressed. The other changes we made across the board, Diane, you had mentioned, you know, wherever we had the opportunity to ungang, pull windows apart, which we've done. We've done that on pretty much in every instance we could. On the south elevation, you'll notice that we changed the dormer configuration, set the dormer back further into the face of the building. And then that required going with a smaller window type, which is the 6 light. And those could be double hung if the board felt that that was important pretty easily. I also think that by removing the porch or carport, we replaced it with a pent roof. That again, that elevation faces the house, if you will, so less visible. And then finally, Mr. Chair, there was we were initially planning to match the trim color to the main house, which is this white trim, white sash. We did want to use a vertical. It's a V groove natural cedar. It's grade D or better, so it's not very doesn't have a lot of knots in it, so it ages really well. But you had mentioned the color combination being something that may be, something I hadn't seen before or may be strange. And so we could just go all natural with the trim on this structure. I would probably suggest, and I'd love the board's input on this, we could stick with a white sash, but natural cedar door and window casing with a white sash, or we could go to a darker colored sash, which is natural. I have used the white sash with natural trim before. Not a huge fan, but I think in this instance, it could work well. So with those
I can't
comments,
picture that myself.
yeah, we used it over on, what ends up happening is that all the natural trim basically kind of takes over and the white becomes kind of like subtle, kind of gets diminished in terms of its presence. But anyways, open to any recommendations because they would really prefer to, I think they do have some plan to have some agricultural use on the property, not commercial. Anyway, so they really would prefer to maintain this agricultural language. It's really important to them. And again, the structure is set back from the road. It's a pretty, I think it's 35-foot front setback. So, and it's at 24 feet. So I think the visibility is minimal. So with that, I look forward to the comments from the board. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody ready, or should I choose someone?
I'm good.
You're ready to comment?
Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
Matt, I appreciate the changes. I'm good.
You're good as is?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Val?
I'm good too with the trim being natural.
Abby? Abby muted? You're muted.
No.
Yeah.
They muted me. So you're saying natural to weather with white sash?
That would be, it's up for debate in terms of the sash color, but that's one option.
You know what? What about red for a barn?
I like that.
I haven't had a chance to talk about that with the owner, but I think that the natural trim in the barn board is so important. Like as long as if it doesn't go over well with ownership, I might be back with an alternative, but not something hopefully that the board can agree on. But I think that if that's something that everybody agrees with, I could probably move ahead with the approval if that's where we're going.
Yeah, I'd be in favor of that. Okay, so Diane?
I appreciate it. I think it looks good. I would keep it with the cedar to natural, and it's good that way.
Hey, Diane, are you okay with cottage red trim for the window sash?
I love the cottage red.
And I think it works well with the natural trim, if that's the way we're going, which it sounds like we are.
I think it will be great. I think it's really nice to see the red used with the barn.
Great. Okay, so I've already tipped my hand on this one. I like the proposal with the change to all the trim being natural and the sash and the doors being cottage red. Would anyone of the group care to make a motion on this then?
I would make that motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so motion is to approve as submitted with all the trim being natural to weather and the sash and the doors to be cottage red. Correct, Val?
Yes.
Okay, great. Abby?
Aye.
Great. Stephen?
Aye.
Very good. Diane.
She's muted.
Okay. Chair.
Aye,
Oh,
sorry.
there you go. No problem. Thank you, Diane. Val.
I'm in favor of my motion.
Very good. And the chair is in favor. Motion carries unanimously. Great.
Thank
All
you.
right. Cross that one off. And now we're at 78 Walwinet Road. Okay, 78 Walwinet, we have myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Stephen. Okay,
Got it.
got it.
I can start whenever the board's ready, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we're all set. As long as we have the stuff in front of us, we're good.
I think.
So go ahead, Matt.
So you're familiar with the project, you've reviewed it a few times, and I think our comments were relegated to were basically the third floor dormers. And so at the time of submission, we hadn't fully, we discussed the option of removing the third floor dormers on the south elevation. At the time of the submission, we had really gone back and forth, but since that submission, we've gotten the okay from ownership to omit the third floor dormers on the south elevation. And there was some suggestion that during construction, we could potentially come back for them. But as part of this approval, knowing that it's not a guarantee that if we come back, we will get them. We have, and I think we submitted as a supplemental document, which we try not to do, but it was after the submission to show you what that might look like. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Holly, that's great. And you see the top version is what the submission is, and the bottom one is without the dormer, third floor dormers. And again, we submitted it with the dormers. Just not that this is a huge, but it was a long kind of hard road to get there. But it was clear that the board that this was important to the board, and I think universally everyone kind of felt the same way about it. So like I said, we got there, and so we would basically agree to omit the dormers if the board still feels that way. So other than that, I think most of the changes we had reviewed and discussed. And so in the interest of not wasting anybody's time, I just wanted to leave my comments at that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Is the trim white?
Yes.
I think that was the also the big issue.
Yeah.
I do appreciate eliminating those dormers hugely.
Yeah, the trim, if I could, is something that somebody had brought up at one point early on, and it was just something that was really, really critical to the ownership. I understand the board's position, and so we've done everything we can to kind of mitigate that. But that was just something that when we asked about it, it was a real incredibly strong desire by ownership to maintain the white, and so that's why I think, with that knowledge, omitting the third floor dormers, which there is some program up there. And so there was a lot of hesitation because we are losing square footage on that third floor. So again, I think the visibility, again, I'm hopeful that when this thing is eventually constructed, you'll kind of see that visibility from a lot of these public ways is going to be so minimal, even if it was the third dormer. But having said that, I definitely got the input from the board. So.
Hey, Matt.
Yep.
To be clear, you're omitting the dormers on the third floor on the south elevation, not on the north elevation.
Correct.
You're keeping them on the north elevation.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. So Val, did that clarify for you?
Yeah, I wasn't sure because the renderings don't show it really white. It looks tan.
That's white. And yeah, it's white.
Okay. So is anyone prepared to speak on this?
I speak.
Okay, go ahead, Diane.
I appreciate the change and the removal of those dormers. I don't have a problem with the white trim because other buildings have it. So that was my major concern on the house, and the other changes that we had mentioned he has done. But I think that the south facade looks really much better doors. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Abby?
Yeah, yes. I actually like it both ways. Reminds me of Monticello. I'm on the fence. Either way, I'm fine.
Okay, Val?
I think I'm okay with it.
Okay. Stephen?
I'm okay, subject to no cut and fill beyond what's shown on G.1.2 and retaining the vegetation on the, let's see, the north and the west. Just subject to our prior discussions. And Matt, I bring that up not because I have any concern about you, but if that were worked into a motion, it helps to bring continuity within the approval to other people down the line.
Sure. I mean, what we would probably do with that, Stephen, is actually add it to we would add it as a note, I think, to the HTC approved set and then include it in the contract documents.
Okay.
Okay, I think that was it other than me. I just fundamentally think that this house is completely inappropriate for its location. The white trim, the freeze board or dentals, whatever we want to call it, the dormers on the third floor, the roof walk, all that. So I won't be in favor of this, but can somebody make a motion?
Can I get a question answered on colors? Did we, I think I missed something. It was left, Matt, through you, Mr. Chair, as white trim
Yeah,
Yes,
and sash all white and doors too?
yes. Except for the front door, except for the doors as shown in the rendering.
Okay. Yeah, it's the colored. Okay. All right. Well, I'll make a motion for the purposes of including the other items that I am concerned about. I think the retention of the vegetation will help. So I'd make a motion, we'll see where it goes. A motion to approve without the dormers, no cut and fill beyond what is shown in the current set on drawing set on sheet G.1.2. And vegetation as currently exists in a Google map aerial on the north and the west portions of the lot to be retained.
that's your motion, right, Stephen?
Yeah, sorry for being lengthy, but it's an important one.
No, it's good. Okay, so I'm going to take a roll call vote on Stephen's motion. Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Just one more question on the roof walk. Is that natural weather or is that painted white?
The skirting is natural and the posts and balusters are white.
Oh. And natural to weather roof walk.
that's your revised motion?
Sorry.
Stephen?
Yes, to include.
Okay. Thank you. So let's see.
So
Val,
sorry, the roof, the railing, the balustrade part is natural to weather?
Per the motion, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Aye.
okay, thanks, Abby. Now, Val, I'm going to go back to you. So you're okay with the modified motion?
Yes.
All right. Diane?
Aye.
Okay, and chairs opposed. So that motion carries 4-1. Okay, thanks.
Appreciate your input as a
All
board. I
right.
really appreciate it. Thank you.
Next up, 58 Walsh. Board on this one, myself, Diane, Abby, and Val. No alternates. Oh, Christine or Holly? Did we get some letters on this one?
Yes, sir. Carried over from when we get from last week that we couldn't get to. I can read them into the record if you'd like.
Could you?
Yes,
Thanks.
sir.
Oh, good. There we go.
So I think there's also there. This is the rebuttal from the actual property owner. We also have comments from advisory board based on the last review. They did not
Oh.
meet last week. So I do have those comments as well.
Okay, just to be clear on that point, Holly. So it wasn't heard at the HDC last week. But so the comments that you're would be reading from HSAB would be still relevant because nothing's been changed since, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct. It would be based on what you're going to be reviewing now.
Right.
We also do have comments from an abutter's attorney. Basically, there's concern on the fill that changed the height ratio, and fill should not be in the area in the first place. Proposed house is too wide and too tall. Proposed house has too much glass. Roof walk is just disproportionately big and not next to chimney. Scale and mass is excessive. Dormers make it bigger.
Okay, and that's Jay representing, let's see, does it say who we represent? Oh yeah, 4 Brant Point.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's the same one that he sent. Take that out. Bear with me. I think we received a couple from Jay, making sure we got in the record. This was just something that came from the owners. Dear Kathy, my husband and I are owners of property 58 Walsh. We watched the tape on Monday night. This is based on July's meeting of the HDC when they reviewed the house plans for our lot for the second time, even though we have been coming to the island for over 50 years. Gained HDC approval 20 years ago when we were renovating 60 Wall Street. We found ourselves confused about the process and hope that you can perhaps clarify things. HDC seemed concerned that we have used all the space available in our lot. That was after those previous discussions, which we believe is our right according to HDC rules and therefore should not be up for discussion. So the fact that some of the HDC members did question the right seems odd for us for a few reasons. On our side of Wall Street beginning in the 40s, every house was maxed out its property. So our request is well within the norm of the neighborhood. We are the former owners of 1662 Walsh. So we know from experience that architects for 62, Botticelli and Pohl built on every available inch of the property. Therefore, it seems very strange that Ray Pohl would question our right to do same. We are also confused about some of the HDC requests, which seem to be contradictory to what our architect was told at the first meeting where our plans were introduced. Ms. Payne was asked to reduce the size of the roof walk, which she did. The second meeting, it was noted that the roof walks looked too small. Ms. Payne complied with their earlier request to make the windows smaller and to gang some together. Now the HDC feels there are too many windows. There are also some questions about the elevation, which is well within the most recent rules designating where the house must be situated above the floodplain. We and Ms. Payne are completely willing, even anxious to make any and all changes the board requests as long as they are not confusing or contradictory. We are happy to receive any guidance from you that you would expedite our plans. So that's from the owner. I will say that we did receive this from Nantucket surveyors indicating their height elevation. But I'll read the comments if you're so inclined from the HSAB.
Yeah, could you?
Yes, sir. So as far as my comments go as staff, I don't feel they were addressed. I indicated that the elevation was very tall, too much fenestration. There's a lot of fenestration. I got 4 emails from 4 HSAB members. Hi, Holly. I appreciate the changes to this application, but I have the comments as follows. The north elevation, appreciate the effort to bring the eave line down in the connection mass. Appreciate the broken back wart that defines the second floor deck area, though I find the deck area too large as a second floor deck connector should step down from the adjacent primary gable ridge. On the south, appreciate the removal of the double gable connector should step down from the main ridge. East, would like to see lower eave lines and in general. West, deck and covered porch area can be made shallower and this broken back will work better. That's from Mr. Merbergen. And this is from Ms. Finger. Hi, I don't know where to start. Should be completely redesigned. Looks like a giant wall. I don't care if other houses down there are big. They never really were. Little bungalows and cottages with a few turn of the century bigger ones. This is a mishmash of dormer types and silos. From Mr. McLeod, this latest proposal doesn't address scale issues of overfilling the buildable envelope with 2 full stories, nor does it create a hierarchy of massing. Aesthetically, this latest design is worse than the last by merely trading out gable for shed roof. Please try again with reduction in massing somewhere. And then from Mr. Rowland, and here I'll bring him down to the elevations for you all to review, look at as I talk. Sorry. On the north, there is no obvious main mass, just a main ridge with competing gables and shed dormers projecting forward at the same height. I'll move these. There are 4 distinct uncohesive masses with no unifying relationship to each other. The right-hand dormer porch roof is essentially a flush dormer with no side setback. It is much too big and completely overwhelms the roof below, which is shown to be siding on. The porch posts are not drawn accurately in relation to the deck corners it is meant to be covering. This should probably be designed as a smaller open deck minimally cut into the roof below. The second floor French doors with flush railing to the left is a non-starter, completely inappropriate, especially on a front facade. The first floor 50-foot or so long deck porch railing is much too long for the front. It should be stepped back several feet or more at the corner of the covered porch. The second set of stairs to the deck on the right is confusing and unnecessary. The meeting rail of the middle dormer windows doesn't appropriately relate to the eaves to either side. That was the north elevation. On the west, roof walk not shown accurately. Transoms are inappropriate. Covered porch roof in front of kitchen should have triangular shingled cheeks. South, hip roofed den appendage is odd, but probably not very visible. Windows in right gable should be centered. East, windows should align. While it is true that there are other 2-story houses in the area, this design does not provide 1-story additive massing with the low eaves to bring the overall height down at the edges. Too much program on the second floor for this tight lot. This should be reconsidered as a 1.5-story design. In general, this design is trying to put too much outdoor living space on the front of the house, very close to the street. It feels more like a back elevation than front. And those are all the comments. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Holly. Okay, board members. Anyone care to speak first? Otherwise, I can pick someone.
I will.
Thank you. I was going to pick you anyway.
I agree with a lot of what's been said. I think I said in the very first meeting, it lacks hierarchy. So I think if there was some way to maybe combine 2 sections of this into sort of a main mass and then have the other pieces trail off it, it would be more successful. I also suggested having some of the railing shingled, which I think will hugely help, like maybe the second floor. I agree with the little flat facade balcony to just probably eliminate that, but the second floor that has the single French door, if that was shingled, that would calm down a lot. And maybe, as Mickey said, step back the deck on the front and maybe make some portions of it shingled with a seat in it or something like that. I don't know, just to make it simpler. I think that would really help. I do agree with the other comments that were made by other board members. I know that we're struggling with these house lifts, and I understand. I'm wondering about maybe doing something different as the skirting underneath the deck. There's just so much verticality with all the railing and all the up and down boards, you know? So maybe some other kind of application, maybe that's why the shingle would help too. I don't know. And there are bigger houses in the area, so it's not as much the height as it is the overall massing and the hierarchy.
Thank you, Val. Abby. Is Abby muted?
And I do have the photos that I brought the first time of the neighborhood, if anybody wants to look at them.
Okay, thank you. Was Abby muted or?
I was.
Oh, there you go.
But I did say that I have been confused by this from the beginning. Sorry about the dogs. I was listening about what the neighbors had to say, and I think it's really important. So I don't get a real sense of this design. I see almost like cookie cutter shapes sort of pushed together, and I don't, it's just not sitting well on its, foundation. So, short of saying a redesign, I think it needs some drastic changes. I think the overextended, first floor balcony is just like so overly done. The roof walk looks like a crown on top of the roof. Vertical gable on the left. It's not cohesive to me. So I don't know where to start with the, helpful criticism. So I'm just going to stop there.
Okay.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Diane.
Yes, I agree with what Hassad said and everybody else. I think the answer would be, unfortunately, to redesign it. It is the long porch. We asked for it to be redone in some way, and it has not. 2 entrances going along there is inappropriate for what the houses are. It doesn't fulfill, let's say, the HDC's mission, which is to protect and preserve the historic buildings and places and districts of historic interest. And this does not. This thing is, I feel, inappropriate on Wall Street and needs to go back and be tried again.
Thank you, Diane. Is that it?
Yep.
Thanks a lot. And I feel that I agree with everything that's been said, particularly all those comments from HSAB. I thought they were all spot on. I wrote a lot of them down, but I will not repeat them. So can we have a motion on this one from someone, please?
Motion to hold for revisions.
Thank you, Abby. Val.
I agree with that motion.
Okay. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. Abby.
Aye.
Very good. And the chair is in favor. Motion carries. Okay. Thanks,
Can I-
Shauna.
Can I make a comment at all? Or I understand that there's just been a lot said, and obviously I'll go back and do revisions, but there was just one thing I know that the owner of the property behind, I just wanted to tell the board that the reason, or that he had the concern about the 12-inch or the extra lamp, this design has taken that into concern and has removed that fill that was done when the property was landscaped. So I just wanted to let you know that's not an issue.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. So yeah, the motion was for revisions. That's that.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Thanks. Now we're moving along back to Matt's stuff at 69 Sparks Ave. Okay, board on this one. Everybody ready? Myself, Diane, John is not here, obviously. Val, Jesse, 1, 2, 3, 4. Alternates, none. Okay. So we have a 4-member board on this. Matt, you ready?
I'm ready, Mr. Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So A 2.1, probably the biggest change. The south elevation, there was a salt box form. It was really tall. We changed the pitch, dropped some significant height out of it, went to a 1.5 stories, lined up the meeting rails. We actually submitted a couple weeks ago and I wasn't totally happy with it. It had 2 dormers. It just wasn't looking right. So we went to the 3, stuck with the farmer's porch across the front, and changed from a gable on the west elevation, which is on sheet A 2.2. We went from a gable to a simple shed, which we thought was a bit more appropriate. And also went with a window with less glass in it. So it's just a 6 light. So those were the changes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so the west elevation, by the way, the west elevation, I believe, is the one that faces Sparks Avenue, right, Matt?
Actually, no, that would be the south elevation.
The south elevation, okay.
Based on there's a kind of a master site plan, so it's the last lot on the back right. So
Yeah.
you see the long side. You would
This is-
also probably see the side, but primarily I would say the south.
Okay. Wow, so the south elevation is the one that faces Sparks Avenue.
Mhm.
Okay.
Again, it's set back at the end of the road, so it's quite.
Yeah, no, I get it. What's the color again?
It's natural trim, and I believe it's a black sash.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is anybody ready on this?
Can we see more of it?
Yeah. Oh, that's nice. What would you like to see specifically?
I just couldn't see what was before and what is now.
Oh, okay.
Before is on the bottom and then you get the proposed on the top.
Okay. I like the change of it being a salt box. Did it get wider?
No.
It looks wider. I think I like the 2 dormer version better on the front, but
Oh, interesting. Okay.
the rest I think is fine.
Yeah.
That's it for now.
Okay. But you just to reiterate, so your only concern is on the south elevation. You preferred the 2 dormer version rather than the 3 dormer version.
Well, right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull it up on my computer so I can look at it closer. And if I have any other comments, I'll let you know.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay.
Jesse, you there?
Yeah, yes, I am. Hi. Okay, so can I look at the site plan? Can we scroll up to site plan?
Here we go.
Okay. Okay. All right. Can we go back to the proposed elevations? Thank you. So definitely like the revisions better. I think I like the 3 dormers better than the 2. And not that it's a deal breaker, but I like the old pitch better. It makes it look not as wide. Just to, throw a wrench into
Works. Okay.
And that's it. That's my comments.
All right. Thank you, Jesse. Diane.
Yep, I like the 3 dormers on the front more than the 2 dormers. I like the size of the windows and stuff that it has. I think, are you there?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I think that is good. And I like what Jesse said of keeping it a little, the pitch of the roof a little the way it was. The small windows up on that second floor with just the two dormers look just too small to work.
Oh,
think.
you're talking
And
about you're talking about those little dormer windows on the south elevation, right, Diane?
yes,
Yeah.
yes. So I would like them to be the old ones. I think the old ones are better. So that's, and I
Wait,
like the
let me make,
old,
Diane, let me make
yes,
sure. When you said the old ones, what do you mean?
the ones that we've had, not the ones that are there today as the new proposal. I like the old three dormers and the original pitch of that roof, which was a little wider than it is now.
Okay, so there's a little issue because the three dormers is what he's proposing now.
Oh, all right.
That's not the old proposal, that's the new proposal. So
That's
those
the new
little
one.
windows that you were talking about, he changed. Right?
Right.
So now,
I like
okay, go ahead.
I like the one that's labeled 72220. And that's, I like that proposal for the south, and whatever the other one is, it's too small almost to read.
Yeah, the ones underneath that are slightly smaller were the previous proposal.
Yeah,
So,
I like the proposed east elevation, and I like the proposed south elevation.
oh, okay, great. Yeah. So thank you, Diane. And my view is that there were certain things that I did like, a little better on the first proposal, like the steeper roof pitch, to Jesse's point. But that is not to say that just because I like it better, that the current proposal is not approvable, because it is. The roof pitch is fine, the three dormers are great. So I think that this is, for me, this is just fine. And I could have accepted the earlier proposal too, but I think the revisions are appropriate and approvable. So that's it for me. And does anyone else have anything else they want to add to the discussion? Otherwise, I'd be looking for a motion of some kind.
Motion to approve is submitted.
All right.
Revised plan.
Thank you very much, Val. Jesse?
Aye.
Very good. Thanks. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Val?
Aye.
Good. Chairs in favor, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Matthew. And now we are out to Baxter Road with our garage demo. So board on this one. And again, we are on the demo move off as opposed to the new one, which is coming after this. So we have myself, Diane, Abby, Stephen is on the demo. So that's the 4-person board that's on the demo. And the only difference between that board and the board for the new application is that Val will join us on the new application. Okay, so we're reviewing the demo, 4-person board. Go ahead, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we've been tracking the demo with the new design. But just to recap, the garage is, appears to be a Sears kit. We did supply photographs from the interior of the structure. It is, it is a garage. We have looked at moving it, and unfortunately, we did get a price of $100,000 to move it, which just doesn't make a whole lot of sense, or it's not that appealing to anybody. Again, because it is the age it is, which is more recent than or the original portions of the house. We feel that this structure, again, we'll continue to see if we can move it and find a taker. But again, again, I don't feel like that it's a significant historic structure. I'd also point out too that there was an addition on the front of the house that has been demolished, which you can look at in photographs. So I just don't think I have anything additional to add. Like I said, we will continue to try to find a taker for the structure. It is kind of buried into the grade a little bit. You can kind of see with those CMU blocks, which just kind of adds the challenge of moving it. The original garage doors, that overhead door obviously is an original. So in terms of the original fabric, there isn't much. And again, it is a Sears kit. I'll leave my comments there, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Let's see. Stephen, you ready?
Yeah.
Can I see the main house?
The main house that's on this property? Do we have
Yes, please.
pictures of that, Holly or Matt?
We do have these renderings that you had requested, and there should be, I think, in the original submission, we did submit photographs of the original structure, but these renderings we did coincidentally, Mr. Chair, we actually had done full as-built of the main house. We're not proposing to make any changes to the main. They're mostly interior, but when you did request to see the relationship between the main structure and the new addition,
This is very helpful. Very helpful.
yeah, it was a great suggestion, so thank you.
Let's see, who asked the question about,
Abby?
yeah. Was that what you were after?
Well, it just suddenly freaked me out because I saw a picture of the Davis garage and I thought, oh my God, are we talking about the right house, the Rosalind
No,
Russell house? So I just sort of freaked out a little bit.
Yeah, the garages that were up on the screen are Matt submitted those as sort of precedents for garages along Baxter Road.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a little cart before the horse because it's so important what the design of this is. And I saw what what's proposed, and I don't want it to overwhelm the main structure. So in the demo of this, I'm kind of two minds because I just want to make sure we don't get, a two-story garage.
I hear you.
Okay, so it's Val's always making this point, like, why do we get the demos first and then we see what we're gonna get? It seems sort of backward.
I'm happy to review the garage if that's the pleasure of the board or the chair.
Oh, okay. Well, that would,
I'm showing photos, Mr. Chair, that
Yeah.
Matt provided of other
Right.
garages in the area.
Right.
Yeah, if I could, just to give you a brief background is, just to show you that there is precedent before we got into this, we went around Baxter Road and there's actually a fairly strong precedent for, secondary structures, garages that actually function not only as garages, but have secondary uses. In most cases, they are actually guest houses. Some cases they're actually larger than the house and more predominant. I mean, I would say that the takeaway for me was that this is, there's a strong precedent for this. And I would also say that, a lot of them are very successful. So we just wanted to demonstrate that this is a fairly common condition, and every house is different, every structure is different. Holly, is it possible to pull up that historic photo? I don't want to waste time, but I just thought it was interesting. There was an addition, a one-story addition on the facade of this structure that had been demolished at
Yep.
some point. May not be relevant, but I think the key is.
Yeah, so all those pictures of the garages on Baxter Road, a lot of which I'm sure we're all familiar with. Oh, so what are we looking at here?
Just that there was an addition at some point.
yeah, I know this house.
Demolished, and just in terms of kind of piecing the history there together.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that, like I said, there is a number of examples, and some where the garage is in front of the house, and next to it or set behind it, but there are quite a few examples.
Okay. Right.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so,
Abby, one thing
I'd
though,
like,
keep
I-
in mind, what's on the table right now is the demo move off of the current garage.
yep.
That's what we're
It's just,
theoretically reviewing.
yeah, I mean, well, can we see a picture of it, please?
Yep.
Of the garage,
Yes, would be
Okay.
appropriate, don't you think?
there
we
it
go.
is.
Yeah. Okay. All right, well, I think we can replicate this, where it goes and what it looks like. I'm going to be very particular. I'm just telling you, Matt, I'm going to be very particular. I'm okay with this move demo, but when it comes up, I'm just going to have a lot to say about it. So
Well, guess
I'm
what?
okay
Guess
with
what,
this.
Abby?
On
You're
next.
gonna get your chance because it's up, the application for the new one is up next.
All right, well, I'm heating up my blood now.
Okay,
Oh, boy.
now, Holly,
Yes, sir.
was there anything else that you wanted to add to this demo move off thing that we haven't heard yet?
Not that we haven't heard. No, I mean, the Sconset Advisory Board was concerned on, just like you all were, about what a new garage would look like in relationship to the historic structure on the lot. They would have liked to have seen the existing structure be, utilized some way. But they have more comments on the actual structure, the proposed garage than
Replacement,
anything.
I mean, the next one.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, these comments are relevant to both, so it's up to you when you want me to read them into the record.
Okay, well, here, let's continue because Abby has spoken on the demo move off. How about Stephen? You there?
Yeah, hi, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Hi.
So, Matt, thanks for the elevations. I know it's of the proposed garage, but it does give some context. For me, I think it's important reuse of the Sears Roebuck and Company structure is appropriate. In that sense, I'd like to see it relocated. With regards to this building having other cultural, historical, or local community significance, I don't see that, and that's why I'm inclined to, other than the Sears Roebuck, and that's why I'm inclined to be strong on the move and allow it personally to be moved off. I think that's appropriate. If it did have cultural, historical, or local community significance, I would not feel that way. Thank you.
I want to make sure that I understand what you said there. So if this were to come to a vote, in a nutshell, you would not approve a demo, but you would approve a move off. Did I get that right?
Yeah, and I think that that's appropriate. I think that's consistent with the applicant's comments that they're still looking for someone for a move off, that they would keep.
Right. Okay. I just want to make sure that I was getting.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to apologize for the rest of it. I know we're tight on time, but I think it's important to be clear on the consistency aspect, at least for myself, of why this would be appropriate as a move off as opposed to not.
As opposed to a demo, or as opposed to leave it where it is?
Yeah, as opposed to a demo.
As opposed to a demo. Got it. Okay, thank you. Diane. Let's see, is Diane muted? Asked to unmute. There we go.
Unmute. I'm so
There
tired.
you go. You're
doing that.
good now, Diane.
I do not think that the building should be demoed. I don't know why everybody scorns Sears Roebuck buildings when they were very popular back in the 40s, 45s. And we had a lot of them here, and they have systematically been destroyed one after the other with scunner in your voice saying, well, it's only a Sears robot. Certainly an interesting era of our history. The garage is not falling down dead, and it has possibilities either in the location and added onto or move somewhere else where it will be useful and at least somewhat respected. It is certainly part of the 40s era in Nantucket, and it's sad to destroy them all and put something new. From the interior pictures of the barn, it doesn't look like it's rotting or falling down. And if worse comes to worse, then I would recommend moving it. If not, I would recommend doing something with it on the lot.
Thank you, Diane. So Matt,
Yes.
here it is in a nutshell. You have a 4-person board, 2 of whom would not issue an approval for a demo. They would, it seems, be okay with the idea of moving it either on site somewhere or off site as long as it's retained. So what I say almost doesn't matter in this case, because I think you obviously need a majority, which is going to require 3 people, and you have 2 people that don't want to see this building demolished. So we're going to need to hold this.
That's fine.
You're gonna need to turn up the heat on the idea of like finding a home for this thing. So with that, can I have a motion of some kind?
To hold for revisions, will that do?
Well, he's not really revising anything, so maybe we hold it to have Matt do some additional research into where this might be moved. How's that
Right,
sound?
but we make a motion to hold for further research with the garage.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Great. Chairs in favor, motion carries. Now let's spend a little bit of time reviewing the new application, assuming that Matt's able to make some headway with his Sears Roebuck house. Board on this again is the same 4 people, but with the addition of Val.
Mr. Chair, I was wondering if I
yes.
could read HSAB's comments.
Right.
I will say that Matt did attend, and I did thank him for that, because then this nice rendering came out of that discussion. So these are comments from last week. Based on these comments, let's see, Mr. Benchley. Thank you for making the newest drawings available for the garage proposed for 73 Baxter. I do not believe that this new treatment of the existing garage is appropriate for Baxter Road. I note few similar 1.5-story structures in the area, and further, I'm not in favor of second-level decks despite their proliferation. In addition, the plans do not reflect their proximity to the neighbors to the north, 75 Baxter, whose privacy would be affected by such a close structure, most notably with the second-story porch. Depending on the course of the submission, the applicants might consider resiting the garage to the south, which also happens to be where the current driveway is. From Mr. McLeod, I appreciate the eave detail revisions. Looks like it belongs to the new, or it looks like it belongs to the house now. I did want to say about 73 Baxter that there is no precedent on Baxter for 2-story second floor garage right on the and facing the street as proposed. Unlike Brant Point and other areas of the island, the sheds and garages on Baxter are extremely modest given the scale and value of the waterfront homes there. Let's not set the course for changing that charming character. And I did also want to mention that there was a comment from direct abutters, and I believe this was provided to Matt. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Matt, on this. This is from Mr. and Mrs. John and Deborah Osborne. They're at 75.
Did receive it. Thank you, Holly.
Okay. Thanks. Let's see. We are in support of the removal and demolition of the existing structure. We support moving the new structure off the property line. The proposed structure is described as a replacement garage, but in design and scale is more resembles a guest cottage. And I'm going to do a side note on here. This was dated July 28th. It includes living, working space, and a bathroom. When we were faced with a very similar situation, we rebuilt our old garage along Baxter Road, maintaining the look, feel, and size of the old one, and would expect the HDC would apply similar standards and requirements in this case as well. Specifically, we would like the owner to modify the proposed design to reduce the proposed height of the new structure such that it is no taller than the current structure. We also are strongly opposed to inclusion of a rooftop deck that would overlook our yard. Decks are not found on Baxter Road or in Sconset generally and are at odds with the prevailing architecture of the houses along the stretch of the road. Further, the Sconset Advisory Commission has asked the petitioner to modify the design so that it comports and better relates to the architecture of the historic house, but the redesign does not look to do this, which I think this was prior to this rendering. If the petitioner would like to construct a new building that does not relate architecturally to the house, then we would respectively suggest that the new structure be sited to the south of the house where there is more open land and it can stand as a separate distant structure. Thank you, sir. Those are the comments.
Thank you, Holly. Okay. Anybody ready?
Mr. Chair, there was also a letter from the homeowner in response to that letter. I don't know if it's worth introducing that as well.
Oh, yeah, we should. Do you have that with you, Holly?
I believe I do. Take me a moment. I didn't have it printed out.
If it's okay as well, Mr. Chair, just a Wisconsin Advisory Board comments. There was some mention that there is no precedent for garages with a second story above them. I can't quote exactly what the comment was, but listening to that, it was this notion that there is no garages with second floors above them on Baxter Road. And I think that our photographs.
Matt, we know that that's
okay.
not completely true.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, the photographs that you took, which would have you thinking otherwise.
In the interest of time too, if you want to, we can get to comments as long as I think it would be important for her letter to be just read because it was in response to that.
Okay. Well, Holly's looking for the invite my board members to comment on this presentation.
I'll go, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Val.
So I have a few thoughts, Matt. Your pictures were really helpful, but what I did notice looking through those is that anything, the houses that were larger or the garages that were really like cottages combined with garages were not right on the street. They were sort of set back and sometimes even the doors were on the side, like you'd swing in, into the property and then go in. Number 5 is a nice example of a somewhat 2-story that's very simple, and that's right on the street. Maybe I was looking at this and the renderings you did were hugely helpful. Perhaps the roof line should run the other way, at least part of it.
That's really interesting, Val, because I did think about that and I thought it could play off the main dwelling. And I had been thinking about that, but I didn't know if it was going to be too out there, but I was thinking the same exact thing. Sorry to chime in.
No, so that was a thought that I had. And then the other thought that I had was, perhaps it would behoove you to use some part of the old garage, even if it's, you have a little roof here overhang in the front. Mimic the front, I don't know, 4 feet or something, just to hail back to there was a garage there and then it got added on to. And And
Is
then
it-
the use of a hip roof also somewhere, I think, would tie it in with the main structure as well. So those are my thoughts.
Very good. Yeah, I like that. Thank you, Val.
Mr. Chair, I did find the letter
yeah.
from the property owner, if I
Okay,
could read
why
that
don't
into
we
the
read that
record.
in just so we, yeah.
Thank you. This was dated last Tuesday, the 28th. To the HDC, thank you for taking the time to consider our proposal for 73 Baxter Road. I wanted to take this chance to reply to the issues raised by our neighbors, the Osbornes. I believe the use of the term rooftop deck is misleading. We are proposing a deck facing the ocean on the eastern side of the structure that would be accessed from the office on the second floor of the garage. It would not site on the rooftop. The structure we are proposing is a replacement garage with a home office for on the second floor. As you know, garages with second floors are not unusual along Baxter Road. We can provide photos, which we have. A small bathroom and a kitchen are included in the design as it allows this to be classified as a second dwelling in the event we want to use it as an extra bedroom in the future. Our intent is to use it as a home office. While we can understand the Osborne's frustration in not being allowed to put a second story on their garage, we think it is unfair to claim we cannot solely because their proposal was rejected. We don't know what the Osborne's proposal was, what the objections were to said proposal. We do not know if it was rejected because it did not fit on their lot. We do not know if the HDC found it unappealing architecturally given the other structures on the property. What we do know is the structure we are proposing to build at 73 Baxter Road is within code and is designed in the spirit of the homes along Baxter Road. The design of the structure has been modified so it comports and better relates to architecture of our historic home, and we take umbrage to the Osborne's suggestion we are constructing a building that does not relate architecturally to the house. We encourage them to look at the plans. Mary Thompson. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so let's see, we heard from Val. Diane, are you ready to speak?
Yeah,
Okay, great, go ahead.
I think the idea of using the front of the existing garage is very good. If it can't be moved in total, then that would at least keep the idea of the Sears Roebuck building and its simplicity. I don't think neighbors should get in fights with their neighbors unless they were sitting on it or something or other. Everybody has to do its addition. I think the existing garage fits nicely with the existing property, and it's very simple. The west elevation, which is the one I've got along with the 3D, is good. I wonder, I don't have the west elevation, so that's the south elevation where you got those 3 windows on the dormer. I don't, there it comes up now. Now I have it. And the north. I would like to see something drop down. This has no additive massing except the porch that sticks out on the south. Which I don't know. I guess you can't bring that dormer down any further because it matches the eave there. But I think on both the north and the south, that elevation looks taller than a garage. And I don't know how you could make it any simpler, but I think those 2 elevations, I would like to see some thought given to it.
Thank you,
That's
Diane. Yeah, that's great. Thanks a lot. Abby? Let's see.
Oh, there I am. Okay.
There you are.
So, I think flush dormers on both sides are inappropriate. Maybe one setback, but actually no flush dormers. I don't think they're appropriate for this area, this neighborhood. And I think the 2 gang windows on the front gable are inappropriate. what I see in those other garages are, they have a lot of character. They have anomalies. They have quirkiness that you see in Sconset. This one looks, I don't mean to be mean, but I'm trying to not mince my words, Matt.
Okay.
But it looks a little bit cookie cutter, like something you might see, when you first, you were going to put this anywhere, but it doesn't look like Sconset. It has to have a certain, je ne sais quoi, just looks a little obvious. I agree with somebody, I think it was Val said, maybe the gable goes the other way. I think in general, in relationship to the main building, it looks a little squeezed in, like maybe it should be, forward of the house, or it just doesn't look like there's a lot of space in between the garage and the main house. And I think Val also mentioned maybe putting in a hip roof somewhere seems very Sconset. I do appreciate the taking that you have taken off that front part. It always looked very odd on the front of the house there. So I'm happy you've restored that back to its original architecture. That's what I have, Mr.
Thank you.
Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Abby. How about you, Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So, obviously acknowledging the move off or the keep on the
Right.
site. I think Val's comments are pretty much my own to a T. And I believe that with respect to Abby and Diane's comments, a bit more character, obviously oversimplifying them here, massing, fenestration, roof lines, all that can be addressed starting with a reuse or at very least mimicking and bringing the silhouette, starting with the silhouette of the existing structure and then expanding it up and out from there. Allowing that to create a story is going to create that sense of character I think Abby was speaking about, and a little less of a, it's a nice design. It's just not necessarily for that particular location, given what's being moved off. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Stephen. So I'll keep it short, I hope. The idea of gable forward has always kind of troubled me. And now that I see it with the existing main house, which is eave forward pretty much 100%, not pretty much, completely 100%, that leads me to this idea of whether you could have this become an eave forward structure. So I like that. I don't know about the site. I don't know if on the site plan you could move this to the south side of the property, because the other concern, of course, is its proximity to the main house. I know that you're limited on space, but it seems like it's right there, cheek by, oh, wow. Well, I see a setback line there. That must be in one of those easements. So you can't move it to the south, can you?
Correct, Mr. Chair. I was just going to point that out. The front setback is actually taken from the easement, which allows us to make the structure non or conforming, I should say. So yeah, that's why.
Okay, so skip that. Now, the other idea came out of this that I thought was interesting, the idea of retaining the front portion of the existing garage. So you still have this, an element that hints back at the previous history. And then maybe with that, you might be able to go eave forward with the rest of it. I don't know, but those are my comments. Basically, the gable forward, proximity to the main house, its height in relation to the height of the main house, which is kind of congruent with everything that's been said already. So that's me.
I have one other comment, Mr.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Matt, maybe it would behoove you to connect it.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I think that the eave forward element was something that I thought about, but again, in these situations, I think you kind of put your safest foot forward. And to Stephen's point, sometimes it comes off as banality. So I got I received a lot of incredibly helpful comments tonight. And so I have a lot to work with here. So I just want to say thank you to all.
Great. Well,
Thank you.
thanks for listening to us, Matt. Okay, so can I have a motion?
Motion to hold for some revisions.
Thank you very much, Val. Stephen,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
thank you. Diane? Now, let me see if.
Aye.
Here we go.
Aye.
Thank you. Val?
Aye, I'm in favor of my motion.
I know you are. I figured you would be, and the chair's in favor, motion carries. Okay, thanks, Matt. Maybe we'll see you later. Okay, now we're on to 19 Lily. This is a 3-person board, myself, Diane, and Stephen. We have David on the line who's going to represent it. And Holly, if you're there. Is there any additional stuff that we need to hear on this before we hear from David?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull up the latest set. I do have a couple of comments from some advisory board members
Okay.
based on what he
Now,
said.
is this based on revisions that David may have submitted?
Yes, I believe
Okay.
it's based on this latest change. Yes.
Okay, good. Right.
So from Brooke, much prefer the single vehicle parking. Cobble strip and grass with a cobble apron will be attractive and will not compete visually with the more formal brick drive. Thanks. This is from Jason. It's still all too much with retaining walls, a second driveway. It's basically paved everywhere. And if planting are put in against the new brick foundation of the addition, it has to be year-round evergreen, so we can't see all that. This poor house has been butchered. However, on a note, based on the proposed, sorry, I'm trying to zoom in here and it keeps on moving on me. I think this, does a really good job of based on your comments and the advisory board comments. So I will leave you to it.
Oh, that was it. Okay, great. Thanks, Holly. Okay, Dave, you want to just walk us through it? Do we have, I saw Dave on there. Is he muted? Let's see. David, you're,
How's that?
oh yeah, okay, you're good
Okay.
now. Go ahead.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
So, this has been a long road, obviously, and from our original submission back in mid-March. And we've revised it a couple times now. And HSAB is approved it. I assume from hearing those comments, they appreciate the changes we've made. And the Nantucket Planning Board, approved the curb cut 5-0, which was encouraging. So, but I've also gained a little new information on. I mean, this is a family that's lived on Lily for many years. As much as it sounds like people don't like the additions that have been made to the house, they're there and we have to live with them, and we're trying to deal with it as best we can. They do have a growing family. And when I say growing, they have adult children who visit the island often and they have new grandkids. But what I've come to find out was who will be using this parking space more than anyone is Mrs. Pagnam, who, and I'm not just making this up, has rheumatoid arthritis, and the parking on the other side has got, I think, 5 risers, and she struggles getting up those 5 risers. And so she told me the other day, this is going to be her spot. She's going to use it, and it's going to be a much easier way for her to get into the house. And other than that, I mean, we've tried to pare it down as much as possible. It's pretty much going to look like grass, with like the picture shows, with some cobblestone showing through. We pitched it more so that the retaining on both sides didn't have to be quite as high. So it enabled us to change it from being Pennsylvania fieldstone walls to antique granite curbing on the sides. Obviously we all know that as much as 2 curb cuts is not ideal, there definitely is precedent on Lily Street for it. But in this case, this house, yes, it's extremely long, which to me lends itself as a positive to having 2 curb cuts, just because they'll be so far from each other. So I think that's about it for now.
Okay, thanks, David. Okay, board members. Stephen, are you ready to comment? Oh, asked to unmute him. Stephen, if you can hear me, you're muted, I think.
I'm going to do a redo.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
David, appreciate the changes and you're sticking with us on this. It's an important location, so we'll get through it. For me, the changes are appropriate with one exception. I still think that some additional vertical screening on that gable end, flanking the 2 windows, something taller in the neighborhood of, a couple of plants on each side or 1 plant on each side in the neighborhood of 10 feet tall or something would not be inappropriate.
Stephen,
Yeah.
I want to make sure I understand. You're talking about the new gable just to right there. So you want to have taller plant material there?
Yeah. So if you see that exact location, Mr. Chair, there currently is proposed 5-foot planting to soften the foundation. There are three plants shown, and I'm suggesting that it would be very helpful to have the rightmost and leftmost plant material replaced with something taller. I'm not concerned about it being deciduous. I think anything that grows there is going to be of anywhere between 9 or 10 feet and finished height or taller will be appropriate.
Okay, so that's your only concern.
Right now, yeah, and I want to be clear. I mean, I understand this is a driveway application, but for me, it's the concept of introducing something primarily a hard surface with the cobblestone next to this exposed gable. If that weren't the case, I wouldn't be commenting on the visual of the gable. It's the compilation of the 2. Thank you.
All right, thanks. David, I'm sure you can accommodate that request, right?
Yes, for sure.
I mean, he's basically Stephen's asking for more plant material so that we really screen the hell out of the brick.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, actually, Mr. Chair, it's the height of the gable I'm concerned about. So
The height of the what? Oh, okay. Yeah.
If there's low growing and there's something high, I think it would be appropriate. Or lattice with something growing on the siding. It doesn't really matter as long as it softens.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. How about you, Diane? Diane, there we go.
I
Yep.
would like to see the plants also taller because the way the house is up there, it just looks too much. I would like to see this foundation of the new wing, new part with higher plantation. I do not want to see the entryway to the driveway the same as the cobblestone set in the grass. There should be no grass down where it meets the street. It should be cobblestone and that's it.
Oh,
I-
yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I
And
think I
what is the-
understand. Right. So you're suggesting that there would be like an apron of cobblestone without grass growing in it, and then when it goes to 2 tire tracks, then you would have the grass growing in it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Now, I also don't, if they mute me one more time. On the left-hand building, there's a red panel. I don't know what that is. And then a green one beyond it. Is that because it's, yeah, there. What is that?
Can I explain?
Yeah.
It's in the photo, there was a porta potty there, and that's my attempt at recreating the foundation.
Oh,
Oh,
Dave, the color match is like
That's-
perfect. It's
Yeah.
spot on.
Yeah. So obviously I need to work
So,
on my
Yeah, you do.
scale.
That's funny. Okay.
and the left-hand driveway is now gone, right?
No. The original driveway they're keeping.
So
Which you
it's
can't
still
really
down
see.
to two drive. No, I can't see it in this drawing.
Yeah, it's not shown in that photo. It's way down at the far end of the main mass.
Right.
Well, I don't know. I still have problem with two parking. I don't know. You said there are other two driveway houses on Lily Street. I don't know where. Maybe Abby is better to say that. I didn't see them. I did know this. I know the big house in back that used to be a laundry only has one driveway. The house right down at the corner where you go in the back just has one driveway and it supports two houses. So I don't know where the houses are that support two driveways on this particular street. It's just, this is a very old and simple street. And if the owner is going to use the right-hand one, then I don't know why the other people can't use the right-hand one too. But I can't see what the driveway would look like on the left-hand side at this time.
All right. Holly, you were going to say something.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just
Yeah.
wanted to remind the commission that the planning board did issue a special permit to have two driveways. So
Right.
that is a moot point on the conversation. But I also want to mention too, that under zoning and through their planning board approval, they are required to have some sort of apron, and that apron could be the cobblestones as suggested, a solid strip that meets the zoning bylaw. So I just wanted to notate
Okay.
that
That's
for you all.
That's in the new drive. That's in the new driveway, right, Holly?
Correct.
Right?
Yeah,
Yes.
at your request.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then is there an apron at the other driveway?
It's all brick.
It's all brick going up.
So let me-
Okay.
David, isn't the other driveway all brick?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay. So
Okay.
my own view. Oh,
Something else just to consider quickly now that, because I've been listening to the conversation, is just that, I mean, they are seasonal residents. Yes, they stay here in the shoulder seasons, but in the winter time, they keep their two cars that they keep on island in the other parking spot, and they have tarps that go over them. So there's a good chance that during the entire winters, this new parking spot would be unoccupied.
okay. Thank you, David. So my own view on this is reducing it from 2 spaces, which was the original request, to 1 was a big win. Doing the cobblestone set into the grass, also a big win. David had provided, it's up on the screen. The cobblestones with the grass, you can barely even see it, so that to me is a real nice way of softening this. And, my view is if we get these tall plants to screen the verticality of the gable, that's a win. So I'm okay with this. Let's see. So do we want to put this to a vote?
Yep, so I'll make a motion to approve as submitted with the exception of add plant materials on the new gable addition on the street side of approximately 9 to 10 feet or taller, and I guess a minimum 5-foot cobble apron along the street.
Right. Okay.
No problem.
Do that, right, Dave? Like have the apron be sort of a different rendering of the cobble than the strips going back?
Yeah,
Okay.
that works for me and that makes total sense. So
Okay, so then.
Sorry, Ray, as a,
Yes.
as a somebody,
No.
I don't know what,
Nope,
what,
nope, Abby, stop. When you recuse from a project as a board member, you're not allowed to talk on it. I was reminded of that by town council, so I'm sorry. Okay? If you recuse, there's a reason that you recuse, that you know, are a neighbor or you're biased, and we shouldn't be coming in on the conversation. So, I'm gonna have you hold that. So there's a motion on the table. Stephen's motion. So Diane, you're the first person that I'm going to call on.
Yep, yes,
So you're in favor of
with the
Stephen's motion.
planting and the 5. Yes, with the planting and the apron, that is fine.
Correct. That's a motion.
Yes.
So you're okay with the motion. Great. Stephen, you're in favor of your motion?
Correct.
Okay, and chair votes in favor, so the motion carries. There you go, David. Thanks for. tell
okay,
your
thank you both.
thoughts.
Thank you all.
Well, tell them thanks for working with us. Okay, so next up is the last of our old business carryovers is 2 Webster Road. And we have myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Stephen. Oh, and let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, and Jesse is an alternate, but I don't think we need him right now. So, Luke.
Yes, sir. Hi.
Okay, hi. How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh,
we
okay,
can hear
great.
you. So we're just waiting to get your information up on the screen.
Okay.
Okay. Here it is.
Are you blacking out or you
So can we see the drawings? Because I honestly can't remember where we left off with this whole thing.
I think you guys wanted to understand what the visibility was in regards to, I think most specifically the half-round window, but in general. And you can see in the photo there. Oh,
Sorry.
Sort of remember this. So the half-round window faces back into the property, right, Luke?
back into the property and
Yeah, and it doesn't it match one on the house?
yes, yeah. Then I included a picture of it in the distance, but you can only see it if you actually enter on into the property, like right there, deep into the property on the driveway.
Yeah.
You can see it, yeah, right there to the left.
But so the first photograph, the one in the upper left-hand corner, is taken from the property, right?
Inside the property, yeah.
Okay, so you can't see that elevation from a public way.
No, the right-hand photo is from the driveway entry point from the street.
Okay.
See the 2 white.
Yep. The posts.
And then the bottom picture shows the visibility from the corner of Webster and the airport road. And then, if you drive past the driveway, and you really peer in hard, you might get glimpses of the house. It's pretty obscure.
Okay.
The other issue that you wanted to discuss was, again, this is a revision to a previous garage approval that was approved white, but I think somehow along the way we missed the fact that the main house was natural trim, and the owner, it's his intention to do the main house all in painted trim. and we can certainly apply for that if that's needed. But as you can see in the photo right now, it's natural. So that said, the owner does want to, over time, change his entire property to white. And that's why the garage is white, and the cottage, which is also a part of this project that you've approved, was also white.
Which we've already approved.
Yeah, you've approved that as white.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Thank you, Luke.
Sure.
Val, you want to start? No. How about you, Abby?
Nope, I got it.
Oh, there's Val.
Sorry, I forgot I was muted. Thank you, Luke, for the pictures. That was really helpful. I really don't think we're going to see this circle top window. What does concern me, and I think I said it before, was the cupola, I think, is just so vertical. And now looking at your pictures, I see that the existing building has a cupola and it's white. So I'm a little less wanting to approve a cupola so that both buildings have cupolas. I would feel better about it if the cupola was natural to weather and just the windows were white, not to mimic the house.
We could do that.
Good point. Is that it, Val?
Yep.
Okay,
I don't think
good.
we're going to see the majority of this structure.
Okay. Abby, you ready?
Yeah, I'll go along with that.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay, thanks. Diane?
I go along with it because I know the house well, because it was on my postal route, and it made look neat and tidy right now in the photographs, but 90% of the time it isn't, with stuff growing around, and you can't see that the garage and its window because of all the stuff. I would be inclined to keep the cupola natural to weather and not painted, because that view up to the house is one thing, the view to the garage is another. But otherwise, I think will be good. Won't be seen.
So basically you're in agreement with Val on her idea that if there's a cupola on here, that it should be natural to weather.
Yeah, I think it'll blend in much better than painting it white.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Thank you, Diane. Stephen?
Yeah, I agree with what's been said.
All right, I think we're ready to move here. So I think the idea is cupola goes to natural, and then somebody can make a motion for me.
I'll make a motion.
We approve.
Were you going to make a motion, Diane?
Yeah, I was going to say we approve shoe staff as submitted, with the cupola on the barn being left natural to weather.
Sounds good. Okay. Stephen?
Aye.
Thank you. Val?
Aye.
Great. Abby?
Aye.
Good. Diane?
Aye.
Yes, and chairs in favor. Motion carries. Okay, thanks, Luke.
Thank you very much.
All right. Hey, guys, we're on to new business. Fantastic. I know. We're crushing it. So, first item up is for the town of Nantucket at 25 Federal, a mini split. And do we have Lauren on the line? We have Lauren down as the representative, the agent.
Yes.
Oh, there
Hi.
you are.
Good evening to the commission.
Hi.
And I am joined this evening by our installer, Wayne Enos from South Shore Climate Controls, in case there are any technical questions. So
Okay.
should I jump right into what our application entails?
You can jump right into it, Lauren, but what we need to get up on the screen is some visuals. So Holly is going to be putting up your application and all that stuff, so we're familiar. And also, Holly, I'm sure that this being in town, did it go before HSAB?
Yes, sir, it did.
Okay.
There were some discussions about, I'll bring it down so you can see
Okay.
it.
Mhm.
So this is where it's going on the side of visitor services.
Oh, yeah, yep. Okay,
On that side that's visible. And there was discussion about the enclosure, the proposed cedar enclosure,
Mhm.
based on this photograph that's included. Obviously, it's going to have vertical trellis. They were concerned on seeing the actual supports. So they mentioned for it to go all the way down to the ground. There was also concern on access because obviously it needs to be maintained. So how do you get into the to access the unit itself?
Mhm.
There were also discussions about having a tighter lattice from 1.5 inches of space for 1x6. They understand that this is a high traffic area being right there at the side of visitor services. So they really didn't want to have it as visible as much as possible. There was also discussion about having this side that's facing Federal Street, maybe having a board batten that's solid versus having the lattice there. There was also a discussion about the enclosure and maybe having it associated with these over here. So maybe moving the unit. I had mentioned that that might not work with the proposed program of the project of why the unit is being proposed here. But there was just a lot of concern about screening, maybe some additional planting. So that's pretty much it from HSAB.
Okay, great. Thanks, Holly. Lauren or your representative, technical representative, is there anything that we need to know about air circulation before we start talking about the size of the lattice or whether it's vertical board, that sort of thing?
Wayne, can you jump in there? I don't know if someone can unmute him.
Oh, I should also,
Looks like he's
While
unmuted.
we're-
yeah, he's unmuted. He is not muted.
So while we're waiting, I connected with both Wayne and Mark Voigt from the DPW. The DPW will be constructing the enclosure, and Mark is very up to date on what needs to look good. So he said this will be a traditional enclosure. I regret sending that example photo. I didn't realize how bad it was until
pretty
he told
nasty.
me. So he said the red cedar lattice will be square, 90 degree. It can be tighter. And it will be placed over the pressure treated wood. So it would look like there's a skirt, all one lattice. You wouldn't see the base versus the condenser screening. And it would be very nice removable panels for access. And to just highlight that these units will be replacing the 3-window air conditioning units that are in the building currently. So that will help with protecting the windowsills and the integrity of the windows currently in place, as well as decreasing the condensation in the public bathrooms. So there's both aesthetic and functional benefits that will come from this project.
Great. Thank you very much, Lauren, for that. Particularly telling us that lattice wasn't going to be the one that we're planning on getting there.
So we can build whatever the board tells us to, but I think we have a good idea of what you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, the way you described it was pretty accurate. So I didn't make this statement at the beginning of new business, but we have 4 regular board members, and then we have 2 associate members on board right now, those associates being Stephen and Jesse. Now, Jesse, are you there? You're muted right now.
I'm here.
Oh, there you go. So can you sit on this one? And then henceforth, unless we have somebody that needs to recuse, which I'm sure will happen, we'll just alternate between Stephen and Jesse right on down the line. Okay, so Jesse's on this. We heard HSAP. Okay. Who wants to begin?
I will.
Thank you.
I think as long as it's screened properly, I understand it, and they may even be able to plant something in front of it. I just think it's, it should be very mindfully handled because it is next to a, memorial
Mm-hmm.
area.
Right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So Val,
Yeah.
you heard what Lauren's description, which came from Mark Voigt, with the tighter lattice, the vertical lattice, going down to the ground, not seeing that pressure treated
Platform.
table that it was sitting on. Are you okay with that particular approach?
Yeah, I do have a question though, not necessarily for Lauren, it's a general question.
Right.
Is there any merit to, or is it possible to use like almost a vertical, like a fence
Well,
application
that's what HSAB was looking for.
instead of lattice?
So my question, I mean, that would be a nice solution, but sometimes when you run into these things where you need air circulation around a condenser unit or
Right.
whatever, the boards don't offer enough air circulation. So
Yeah, that's why
sometimes
I'm
they-
asking, yeah.
But maybe
If the lattice
Lauren,
is vertical and horizontal, it's better.
the vertical horizontal lattice,
Yeah, and then they're gonna box in the pipe, right?
correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Box in the pipe, yes,
Okay,
definitely. But you're okay with vertical horizontal lattice?
yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Val. How about you, Abby?
I prefer a fence if possible with planting around it.
Okay.
If not, tighter lattice, and vertical rather than diamonds.
Right, definitely.
But mostly I'm in favor of the just fence around it.
Okay, well, let's see if we can hear from Wayne on that issue. Diane, how about you?
Yeah, do you have a picture of it? I don't have a picture of it. I just have a picture of Holly.
Oh, you may be having that issue with your computer again. It's because, yeah, we're looking at this photograph of the side of the visitor services building right next to, as Val pointed out, right next to that memorial park.
Right.
You can't see that,
I
huh?
fixed it. I know I can now.
Oh, you can. Okay.
Getting to be better. Yeah. So no, I think that would be good. Are we talking about those 4 pipes going up? Is that what?
No, those are separate. This is the thing in between the two windows.
Okay. What is that enclosure that looks like a
Well,
bunch of pipes?
that's a really crude rendering of what should be a vertical and horizontal lattice box.
Okay. All right. That's what I thought. So that would be good. I think probably the rectangular trellis going up is better than the solid wood.
Oh,
That's kind of terrible bad red.
Yeah.
So that would be good.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Wayne, for some reason we can't hear you, but it would be important for us to know moving forward whether we can do fence type boards as opposed to the lattice, because some people are preferring that.
Mr. Chair, it seems that Wayne only has video. He doesn't have sound, so I think he'd have to sign off and sign back on again.
Who, me? Him?
No, Wayne.
Oh, it says connecting to audio on his thing. In the meantime, I'm going to move on to Jesse and see what Jesse has to say about this.
I like the idea of the fence look, providing that more of a tighter look, like a tongue and groove, and not spacing between. But I'm okay with the lattice look as well. So either way, I think will allow this to work properly. As for plantings, something climbing up it might help, like a climbing hydrangea.
Well, you have that euonymus on either side there too. See that
Okay.
stuff?
Where is this located?
It's the visitor services building
Right.
right next to the town building, the brick town building.
Okay, sorry, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Euonymus is fine.
Well, I only say that.
You want to,
No, it's
you want does not climb. It does not climb, just. for
I beg to
information.
differ. I beg to
It's
differ.
variety.
No, some,
Yeah.
some you want to climbs, but that type I don't think does.
Well, I only mention that because that's euonymus on either side. I don't really care. But so thanks, Jesse. Now listen, if we're going, Jesse mentioned the idea of a board fence, but without any spaces in between. I'm pretty sure that if Wayne were able to speak on this, he would say no way, because there's no way that that can circulate air. So I think that if we're all okay with the tighter lattice, the horizontal and vertical lattice that we're normally approving on top of like a 5-in-1 fence, that would be the okay enclosure. And if you want to plant something in front of it, that would be a nice way to mask it. So that's my view. So what would we like to do with this?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Couldn't the fence enclosure be big enough so that there was space around the unit? It almost looked like an outdoor shower. Or is that too much?
Yeah, I suppose so. I just don't know how big the unit is and what those clearances would be, all of which I'm sure Wayne could answer if he was not.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So on this unit, it's a Fujitsu Halcyon. It's going to be at least 10-inch. I think it might be 11-inch clearance around for ventilation of the unit and air intake.
Yeah.
So the lattice would probably be fine, but a fence that close would be problematic.
Okay.
Okay.
And Ray, if I could just add, there's a pedestrian walkway through there, so I don't know if there's that much space we can use for both the fencing and planting in front without widening the path.
I get you. I hear you.
Yeah.
So is that the best spot for that?
I think it's the only spot for this because there's electrical and plumbing if the further you get down closer to the women's public bathroom where the other conduit is.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the line set wouldn't be as straight in order to get to the upstairs office. It would have to then kind of jig and jag. So.
Okay.
All right. What do we want to do with this, folks?
I make a motion to approve with vertical and horizontal lattice, natural to weather, the line set enclosed as proposed, natural to weather, I think cedar, and no, we want the lattice to go down past the platform, right?
Correct.
To mimic. That's my motion.
Okay, I like that motion. Thank you very much, Val. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Abby?
Yeah, I'm okay. Could we add to that if there's space, we could put something to screen it from the street on either side there?
You mean vegetation? You mean vegetation, right, Abby?
Yes, yes.
So vegetation on the street side, which would still allow them to walk past it on this
Yeah.
little brick walk. So I think that's fair to add. But let me just make sure. So Val, can we add that to your motion?
Sure.
All right, great. So Abby,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Jesse,
Aye.
thank you. The chair's in favor, motion carries. Okay, thanks, Lauren.
Thank you so much, everybody. Good night.
Great night. Okay, next up, 3 Iris Place, and this will be Stephen. Actually, it's nice that it's Stephen because I believe Stephen sat on the earlier one last week that Dinah had come in. Dinah, are you on there?
I'm here. Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Oh, loud and clear.
Mr. Chair?
There you go. Yes, we hear you.
Okay, I can hear you. I just lost our video. Okay.
All right.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and
Hi.
all. Thank you for hearing the application. This application is a continuation of the previous application from last week for the installation of a wood post 4x4 handrail with a painted metal handrail per the details provided. I'm going to try to.
Dinah, we lost you. Hang in there, folks. We lost Dinah.
I'm losing my mind.
Oh, yeah, I think she lost connection. Hey, in the meantime, Holly, why don't we scroll down and see what this application is all about? Because we are familiar with this. We reviewed the same thing twice last week.
So what was the difference she was going to tell us from last week?
I don't know.
I thought we approved it.
No, I think this is, look, okay, so hold it right there. We approved one across the street on Iris Place. Yeah, 2 of them. See that one, right? And yeah, those 2 we approved last week. Now we're just going across the street, across Iris Place, and approving the same thing on the other side of the street. That's
And
all we're doing here.
Just remind me where we landed with color. Was it black?
We were natural handrails, or natural posts. Oh gosh. Were we gray?
Didn't we have wooden handrails and black, like wrought iron posts?
No, it was kind of the reverse of that. They're wooden posts, and I can't remember whether they were natural or painted, and it was a metal handrail that was painted black.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Here we go. Hi.
I apologize. Somehow we got disconnected.
Mhm. So Dinah,
Yes.
listen, we're looking at the site plan right now. And last week, I don't think that you were on this call, but last week we approved 2 of these things on the other side of Iris Place. So you're asking for one now on the left-hand side of Iris Place. And you'll just have to remind us, we wanted to be consistent on these things. So we can't remember whether the posts are wood and they're painted, I believe, or maybe they're natural.
No, you're right. The posts are wood and they are painted.
Yes.
And instead of changing the color of the paint on each of the posts, we decided
Each
that
of the
for all
houses.
3, that we would just do a standard gray, cobblestone gray or Quaker gray. We didn't staple down the color of the gray. A
Right.
standard gray wood post and a black one singular metal painted handrail with brackets.
Yeah, so I think that was the consensus view that we reached, because we said, boy, we're going to have a lot of these things, and if each one of them is painted a different color, it could get kind of maddening. So yes, gray posts, painted gray posts with black railing. That's what we're looking at, folks. So does anyone have any questions on this application?
No, motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, so unless there's any further discussion on this, I would entertain that motion. Does anybody want to speak on this application before I do a roll call? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to go forward with a roll call vote on Val's motion to approve this. Stephen,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
chairs in favor, motion carries. Thank you, Dinah. Was that it for you? Looks like
That
it.
was it. Thank you so much. Have a
Night,
great
night.
evening.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
next up, 25 Union. Handicap ramp, and this will be Jesse. And 25 Union, was this, did this have HSAB, Holly?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay, while we're scrolling, you want to read it?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
So
okay,
this is at a historic structure on Union Street, circa
Mhm.
1800, typical Nantucket. Side note, I've been in it. It's very nice.
Mhm.
It is.
My understanding is the owner has a health concern that has popped up, so he needs access to his home with a handicap ramp. So this is the structure in question.
Yeah.
It's a larger lot. This is a parking on the right hand side. So I'll go back to the plan. So there was a suggestion to, there's a wall here with it's a stone wall with vegetation above, to actually hide the ramp using some sort of fencing along the front, understanding that this is temporary in nature, but also don't know how long temporary is. You know, wanting to retain the existing vegetation that's there.
And the stone walls.
Right.
Yes.
Because there's a beautiful stone wall that's there. There was a discussion about running the ramp, and there was a conversation of why the ramp is parallel to the road and vertical. Why is it so long? Why is it so wide? 4 feet wide versus maybe 3.5 feet, but didn't understand that because I think 4 feet is commercial width. But there was a discussion of possibly maybe having it here, but I think there was an understanding without having anybody represent HSAB that there's a possibility of access to a passenger side of a vehicle, of why the ramp would be on this side. The proposal does include putting wooden runs on top of the existing stone path up here, and then obviously this deck to get access into the home. There was a discussion of maybe asking the applicants to provide maybe a couple of other options, maybe a smaller ramp within code, if that was possible. So those were the comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Holly. Okay, is this, I'm going to assume that this is all natural to weather.
Yes, and we have submitted the application for PT for cost effectiveness because this is so long. It is long because it's ADA, the 1 inch for every 12 inches or 1 inch up for every 12 inches of distance.
Right.
And we're going up 41 inches. So the
Okay.
thing is 41 inches or 41 feet long.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're suggesting PT, but that's up for debate, I suppose, because we are in the historic district. There sort of is no other way to make this ramp as long as it needs to be to get up there. If you stop at this photo, that's the stone wall, of course.
Yes.
What you can't really see very well are the stone steps that are behind this tall shrub or tree.
Yeah.
And they want to preserve those as well. So that's why we're putting this, there they are. We're putting the wood steps in between there. Those obviously don't need to be handicap accessible, so we're going to fit them between the walls. The idea of a fence is great. The idea that it could be 3-6 wide. I think this gentleman is going to never do this on his own. I think he will always have a helper helping him in the house. So hence we wanted it as wide as possible in case something weird happened and she needed to come around. But 3-6, maybe we could do that with a fence in front of it to hide it. We are going up 41 inches to the top level. So I don't know how tall the fence would want to be or be allowed to be. If we built the thing in PT and painted a fence to match the existing fence on the sidewalk side, that seems like that might be a solution that everybody could live with.
Could you say that again, Carrie?
If we did put a fence in front of the ramp,
Yeah.
it could be a picket to match the existing
What
fence.
is that noise?
And repainted. I don't know what the noise is.
Stop.
But maybe that would be a solution that's acceptable, but the height of it, you know, we have a 3-foot railing along the ramp, which the top height of the ramp is 41 inches. So that fence would need to be pretty tall to hide the entire thing.
Well, and the funny thing about that is, you know, looking at a fence and looking at a handicap ramp, I mean, you're looking at a structure in both cases. You're like making a structure to hide a structure.
Right.
So,
Mr. Chair, if I may,
yeah.
just kind of clarify what HI was talking about. They were implying on having the maybe like a 6-foot board fence along the elevation, so basically as tall as the railing. Now maybe it would be, instead of having two structures together like you just mentioned, maybe have it so it looks like it's a fence, so you have the boards go all the way down somehow.
Yeah, well,
That's
that
just,
would make more sense.
Yep, it could be built like that.
Yeah.
I think that's what they were.
The point being, you just make this fence, you have the ramp without the railing go up behind it, and you just have a handrail that follows the pitch of the ramp going up. So that, you know, and it all kind of makes sense.
And the highest height of the
Can I make,
piece is the
can I
top
make something?
straight across.
Hang on one second, Diane. What were you about to say, Carrie?
So the highest piece of the handrail is the top of the fence.
Correct.
So 41 plus 36, that's 77 inches.
Okay.
That's taller than a normal.
It is. Well, the fact of the matter is we're seeing this anyway.
Excuse me?
We're going to be seeing it anyway at that height, at least a portion of it. You
Yes.
know.
The unfortunate part is for the user to be going up an alley fenced in, but it is what it is, I suppose.
Okay. So Diane, I know you're eager to say something, so go ahead.
I have a ramp. I have a ramp myself. Why do we hide it? It is as important a part of a house as a car parked out in front and all the rest of it. There's no reason to hide it. The man needs a ramp. It doesn't need to be quite so wide, because actually I have to go up and down in a wheelchair or in my cart, and having handles on both sides is safer for me, because if I start to go down too fast, I can hold on. I don't think we have to hide it. We don't have to put planting around it. What's wrong with saying somebody in this house is in need of a ramp and putting it there?
Good on you, Diane.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Diane. So let's see. Well, Jesse, are we back to you? I believe we are.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I'm looking at it. you know, it's a tough thing to screen, and I understand the double structure as, and, you know, with it going on an angle, the fence is going to be higher than the rail at some point.
It will be, yeah, for
Um,
most of it.
Yeah, so
Why?
you know, I would be okay with it, just you know, some plantings if there's some room there. I'm trying to look at the roadside here. It looks like we have enough room. I can't, from the site plan, I really can't tell on to the right if we have enough room.
Yeah, the site plan that I got on file is nothing. So, I mean, it's got, you know, it's not to scale or anything, but I think I think we have about 34 feet from the street edge. So cars could park. I'm not sure how much of a planting edge, but maybe some ivy.
You don't need much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, I mean, and I don't know how we could put it into writing, but this is not going to be permanent. You know, it's something to help someone get use their home for the, you know, the next foreseeable future. And I would be okay with some soft plantings to disguise it. I think that would, you know, do the trick.
If we reduce the width a little bit to 6 inches, we'll gain a little extra for planting.
That would be nice. Okay, thanks, Jesse. Val?
I have a couple of questions. So is it at all possible to have this ramp go, you know, behind the hedge?
No,
So you'd cut out a little section of the hedge and it would go forward farther or backward and then cut over?
You'd have to cut through the wall.
We'd have to cut through the wall. The height of the wall is prohibitive in terms of getting up that high for the run, like along the side. If that's what you're talking about, Val, to the right of the driveway, instead of crossing the entire back width of the driveway, we just don't have that kind of height. I mean, length to get to that height. The top of the wall is about 38 inches. That end is probably a little lower, maybe 34, but that means we'd have to go 34 feet long to get back there. And it just.
Is it natural to weather?
Yeah, I mean, on the application, I've got PT and the fence you can see in this photo is painted gray. If you want it painted, we can paint it.
No, I think painting it just draws more attention to it. Why not just let it be natural to weather? And yeah.
Now,
I think it's important. It is what it is. The person needs it. Unless you want to do something like build it out of brick and go, you know.
I'm sure they don't want to do that.
Yeah, right.
Unfortunately, I don't.
Thanks, Val. Abby? You have Abby?
Oh, sorry. I agree with, I think it was Diane and Jesse, that I would just rather, you know, it is what it is, and add some plantings here and there to just disguise it a little bit. You know, it's temporary, and I'm fine with it.
Okay, great. So it sounds, Carrie, like if you made your ramp, instead of it being 4 feet wide, if it went to 3.5, that would give you a little bit of room to be able to just plant some ivy or something that could grow up on this. And I think if you did that, then we'd be good to go. It sounds to me like that's what the board's interested in having happen.
That'd be great. Trying to get it
So can I have a motion on this one?
I'll try to make one.
Go ahead.
Motion to approve with the ramp as proposed in terms of size, to keep the components natural to weather, and to mitigate the length of railing with some sort of soft plantings here and there.
Okay.
not to hide it completely.
Were we interested in trying to take it from 4 feet to 3.5 feet wide?
Oh, and
Yeah.
to reduce the width if possible.
Yeah, I mean,
We can do 3.6.
that sounds okay to you, Carrie?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so there is the motion. Val has made the motion. Abby,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Jesse,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
thank you. Chairs in favor, motion carries.
Really
Oh,
appreciate it.
Ed, what?
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. How about 22 Starbuck? Okay, this application is going to feature Stephen Welch.
Oops.
Okay.
That's not the right one.
It's not the right one?
No, I submitted another site plan.
Oh,
Sorry about that. You know when it was submitted? Because this is dated.
Basically, I was working with staff to make it a more fully complete application. I hadn't identified that there was an automatic pool cover, and I hadn't adequately identified the vegetation that was surrounding the property. So I was working with Kathy, and I resubmitted a site plan with photographs of the property.
Holly, it's under the view pack
You.
links.
So the original submission was followed up on, actually not a few weeks, a few weeks later. 7/24, I brought it back in.
30, so just gonna have to bear with me. I have to get it off the internet. Appreciate everybody's patience.
I have it if you want me to share.
wow.
It'll
if you
take me
can do
2
that,
seconds.
Val.
Okay.
Val, I don't think the view pack one has the any images in it. Mine doesn't, at least.
No.
It has the it has a drawing,
Yeah,
but no photos.
yeah.
So basically, what you're saying is the same thing that I just put up is what you have on
Yes.
online.
And can I just ask, Mr. Chair, I looked at this.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously defer to the applicant, but I think we could talk through this pretty quickly.
I'm willing to take that risk. Luke?
Yeah.
We know that you want to have the most recent current site plan, but Stephen's suggesting that we might be able to just move this along using the site plan that's in front of us.
Oh, I did. Okay, sure. I can explain.
Okay.
So basically, there's a vegetative buffer all the way along. That's going to be presented along Starbuck Road, so that you can't see the pool from any public way. That was the goal. And the pool stays where we proposed it, same size, same spot. The bluestone patio, same size, is exactly the same. I moved the pool equipment to the northeast corner and surrounded it by vegetation. But for this purpose tonight, we could just say that the pool equipment's there if need be.
Okay. All right. Well,
Chair, I do have the application. I just need to sign in my email and I'll get it up for everybody.
oh, okay.
Thanks. Bear with me.
It's okay. I know this was on the view. I did not This is one of the few things I did not get to view, so I just don't know the visibility, and there's no photos.
There's photos in what I just sent to Holly, so just give her.
Okay.
All right, great.
Got it. You gotta love technology. All right, here we go.
All right, that's it.
Well, sorry, Holly, we might want to go back to the site plan for a second.
Sure.
There we go. All right.
So, yeah, we're proposing the vegetation, basically a combination of native and privet and natural as shown, to the extent where the wouldn't be visible from Starbuck Road. And then if you were, yeah, right there, you can see, some of the natural vegetation that's in and around the area, like at the abutters. And then you can see sort of what, as you travel down around Starbuck Road and around the loop, and then you look back across the fields as to what the visibility is. And then it's, as an in-ground pool, I just can't imagine you can see it. It has no profile.
Well, I think we could take care of that with our usual caveat.
Yep, I agree. Just in the interest of moving it along.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
All right.
the photos. This is from the loop when you're looking a long way away, and that arrow is pointing to the existing house, but the proposed house is virtually in that exact spot.
Okay. All right.
That's the abutters. That's the property we're talking about is to the left.
Okay.
Luke, through you, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
you can confirm that the grade at the pool is actually higher than the street by several feet, correct? Isn't the grade out there at the pool, like the topo is saying 24 feet, the road is 18
Oh, wow, that's substantial.
on the town site? My point being is that not only is it a pool and ground, but it's higher than the view line.
Road's lower. The
road is lower. Yeah.
It's
So
essentially
you wouldn't be able to see it at all.
essentially a flat site, but you do come up a little bit to the existing parking area.
Okay, so the grade has changed since the topo. Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay. Does anybody have any comments on this? I know where you are, Val. Stephen, your questions about the grade, has that sort of satisfied you?
Yeah, I'm fine with it as proposed with the vegetation.
Okay, let me just make sure. Abby, anything to say?
Yeah, the only thing I was worried about was the length of it. It's like 20 by 40 or something. And I thought that seemed a little long, and I didn't know the neighborhood. So I just thought it seemed extensive. I mean, it looks like a large portion of the house. So I just was taken back by its dimensions.
20 by 40 pool is kind of a standard dimension. Who just chimed in there?
Me, I just
Yeah.
had a question. Don't you have to go and get some kind of special permit for a pool out there in Nantucket?
I don't know the answer to that one.
I don't believe it's.
I think Val might be right.
It depends on the area. I'm not too privy on this particular area, but I think it is included with the VR. Whatever the zoning is, if this is VR, then yes, a special permit to the
Okay. Something to
zoning
look
board.
into there, Luke.
Okay.
Diane, what do you think? Let's see. Diane.
Mr. Chair, the reason that's important is because there's extra setbacks involved, I think.
Oh,
Yes.
interesting. Okay. Diane?
I think there is. I think we maybe should get all the rules and regulations of the area before we pass on something and don't have to then
Well,
correct it.
Diane, that's actually, I don't think that's really our purview. If this is not going to be visible, It's up to
Then if
Luke.
it's not visible from the back of the property, then I have to approve it.
Well, Val earlier had said that we're going to approve it with the usual condition that it's not visible at time of inspection and
Right.
thereafter. So I think that would safely cover us.
Right, that will cover us, and I would agree with that.
Okay, great. So can somebody make that motion?
I make a motion to approve with our usual caveat that the pool must be screened at the time of inspection and thereafter in perpetuity.
Very good.
And if Luke runs into a snag, get in the pool, he'll be back.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. Abby,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Stephen,
Aye.
thank you. Chairs in favor, motion carries. Okay.
Out of curiosity,
Now,
just out of curiosity, would you all require me to come back if the pool just shrank and like shifted towards the house, as an example?
nah. I'm not supposed to say that, but
Oh,
nah.
okay.
You know, it'd go on consent.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Oh, Luke, you have one more. You or Carrie, and that's McKechnie's place at 40 Dukes.
That's McKechnie. Hang on, let me grab Carrie. Hang on.
Yeah. And Jesse, if you could sit on this one.
Okay.
All right.
Are they waiting for me? Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Okay, so the McKechnies are scaling up.
Yes, that piece right there on that west elevation.
The thing that we're looking at right now?
Yeah, that photo, we're going to extend that roof. Oh, can you see the thingy? No. Oh, okay. If you go back to the west elevation, that piece that pops out.
Yeah.
Yep, we're enlarging it. You'll see it on the drawings, but that's the piece we're talking about.
You mean
And then that,
enlarging it, pulling it closer to the road?
a little bit of both.
Okay.
And then there's a porch roof that we're going to extend. There we go. Go to the elevation, or that sunroom addition. That was something that we applied for in 2016 and they never did it. And we're going back to get it approved. This property, they're buying not Chase Lane, that's in Quidnet. They're buying the Vestal Street extension. So the property is enlarging by 15 feet.
Okay.
So it'll be about 5 feet within the new setback. That sunroom addition. The addition from the photo that we looked at, the west elevation photo, is the other addition, which is the bubble to the left. And if we look at the elevation drawings, you'll see that. Sorry, I always do plans first. There we go. Oh, nope, that's the rear. That's the rear, and that's that sunroom. There is a fireplace in that sunroom. So that right there with the broken back, that's the new laundry. Sorry, go down a little bit more to the west elevation. There, that bubble. That's the new massing of that bump out.
Okay.
And then the extended porch roof over those existing French doors to the left of it. So the broken back then turns the corner and becomes the porch roof.
Right. And then to the right-hand side is that little
sunroom in the back.
Yes.
Yep. That's quite far back on that elevation. you could see the west elevation drawing, the existing versus the proposed. That one, yep, that's the existing and that's the proposed. So we're enlarging by like 400 square feet. And of course, we're going higher and eliminating the window on the second floor.
Okay, it looks good.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Diane.
I agree.
What's that?
I agree with Diane. I think it looks
Oh.
good.
Wow, this is great. How about you, Val?
I do too. I have just one question.
Yeah.
On the east, it looks like you're dropping. Is the floor joist like going to a mud block or something?
On the east. Oh, and the sunroom. Yes, the sunroom is going to be on stone on grade. There is a fireplace in it, but it's stepping down from the finished floor to basically a patio height. So
Okay.
yeah, it's stepping down.
That was my question. Just trying to understand the
Yeah,
grade.
that was
You know, we run into
Worried
snow.
about grade changes?
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
this property has a lot of retaining walls. Most of them are under 4 feet. And they'll be coming back to replace them. Something different because the walls are wood and they're starting to fail. And then they're also trying to get a pool.
Well, but hey, Carrie,
Yeah.
just to stay on point, none of that has anything to do with what we're reviewing right
No, no, I'm just
Okay.
giving you a heads up about
now. Okay, well, that's fine. So, Val, did that answer your question?
Yeah,
Okay, Jesse, you're on this.
Yes, I'm fine with it. Motion to approve as submitted.
Oh, love it. Thanks. Okay, Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Jesse,
Aye.
chairs in favor, motion carries. Okay, good. Great. Okay. On to 5 Howard Court. And this is going to be Stephen. We'll sit on this one. Okay. Howard Court, I'm sure we have some kind of HSAB on this one.
Yes, sir. It's actually 4 Howard Court.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah. 4 Howard Court.
I wanted to also, just for context, 4 Howard Court is part of 2 Howard Court. So this was subdivided. Doesn't show that on the locus map, but it was subdivided under 4181L with the planning board last year. So I just wanted to bring that up for you.
Yeah, thanks. I think we saw an application from Brooke Muirbergen on one of them.
Yes, I think he represents the front parcel owners.
There's a hip roof kind of structure.
This is the structure in question, but this is for the hardscape plan.
Right.
And there was concern, well, discussion about the proposal. I want to get to the plan for you all. About the timber fencing and fence on top of the wall, meeting grade. But it looks like it actually is taken into consideration. If you look at the section down here, there was concern that if it was on top of the timber, that it would exceed the height. So it looks like it's taken that into consideration. There was just a conversation about making sure that the AC units in the back were not visible from the street. I think they're going to be not visible. There were mostly no issues, no concerns. And I believe that was mostly it, really, about the retaining and the elevation of the property. There is a plan here that shows you overall, the finished floor elevation of the structure, as well as the elevation of the yard, so.
Can I
Those are
ask,
the main
Holly,
concerns about timber. Yes, sir?
is this a new house?
No. it
No,
was-
this is that cottage that was
Yeah.
there.
So
It
the grading and all that sort of thing is working with the structure the way it is right now?
Correct.
Okay,
Uh,
okay. Thank you, Holly. David, if you're out there, do you have anything that you want to say about this application?
I do, if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Good. The way the grades work towards, if we're looking at the plan as it is now, towards the left along that I believe it's the western property line, there won't be any need for any timber walls along that property line, and along the southern property line, we're looking at some timber walls to help support this raised garden. And basically, this is an expansion of an existing cottage for an office for Mr. McKenzie. And what he wants is a little spot to sit outside. And as you can imagine, at Howard Court there, the property on really four sides is hard pressed by neighbors, and he'd like a little privacy. And so that's why we're proposing I think what amounts to about an 18-inch high timber retaining wall along the south property line, and a 4.5-foot fence along, kind of set inside of that, but it would appear to be on top of the retaining wall, but in fact it's set inside. And then the raised bed would continue at 18 inches high towards the house from the south. And then you'd have your patio, and then a couple of plantings around the house, the office itself. So it's really just a parking spot for him to get out, and a terrace to hang out, and an office for him to work.
Thank you. So David, the retainage that we're talking about, I'm pretty sure that it retains facing the house, right?
It retains, essentially to the west, it retains facing the house.
Yeah.
And then it kind of meets existing grade at the property line. On the south side, at the bottom of the drawing, it retains about 18 inches with a wood retaining wall. And then you've got a raised planting bed with an 18-inch high seat wall there at the edge of the terrace. And at the driveway, there's no retainage at the house or at the property line. And so that's what we have.
Okay. And the retainage is pressure treated timbers. Is that what it is?
It would be, yes.
Okay.
With a 4.5-foot high fence on top of that. Essentially.
How are you going to do the curve? I'm just curious. How do you do the curve with PT?
Oh, you don't. The inside of the retaining wall is stone. And these folks also have, they own 35 India Street, and they love the work that was done there. And the stonework here at Howard Court is intended to match that 35, what did I say, India Street directly. So that's the idea. We've got stone facing the building and one line of timber wall along the south property line.
So this fence, David, is 6 feet high?
It's 6 feet high in some parts where it's on top of the retaining wall. It's 4.5 feet high, 18-inch high retaining wall. So it's a 6-foot board fence along the western property line, along the northern property line, and along a portion of the southern property line up to the driveway. And then at the driveway.
I'd like to do a view.
Sure.
The pictures that you gave us are great, but they're of their old property and not of this property. And I'm just having a hard time trying to figure out all of it.
Yeah, let me just explain one thing about the way the fences work. Along the north, at the top of the drawing, you've got a 6-foot high fence for privacy along that type of utility zone on the property. And then heading to the bottom of the drawing along the west property line, you've got a 6-foot high fence. And then on top of the wood retaining wall, you've got what amounts to a fence, the top of which is 6 feet off the ground. And if you look at the double doors there on the building, just to the right of those would begin a picket fence that runs to the southern property line and then runs over to the Howard Court public way. So basically we've got a picket fence number 2 that ties in with an existing picket fence that runs along Howard Court along the neighbor's property.
Okay, how tall is that fence, David?
That would be I think it's either 3 feet, I believe it's a 3 foot high fence.
Okay, so it's not 6 feet high.
No.
Okay. Well, Val, do you want to continue? Because it sounded to me like you wanted to sort of familiarize yourself with the site.
Yeah, I just don't feel comfortable discussing it without even having a picture of what it looks like.
Okay, that's a fair concern.
Yeah, I should have provided that. Sorry about that.
What's that, David?
I say I should have provided an existing conditions, but it's basically a moonscape with a cottage sitting in the middle of it. But you guys can go see it.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what our other board members have to say. Val, wait a second. I just talked to Val. Abby.
Yeah, I think a view is a good idea because I don't know in my mind's eye how much fence is around that neighborhood, and I don't want to okay too much fencing. Also, I'm not concerned about all the shells. I know that Howard Street, I mean, this little extension from Howard has shells, but this is pretty excessive. So I just want to see how that relates back to the neighborhood as well. And now that I've seen this plan, when I go view it, I can imagine what this landscape architect's trying to do. So I agree with that, Val.
You're in favor of a view, obviously. All right, thank you, Abby. Diane?
Yes, on particular area on Howard Street, it gets to be pretty complicated what one building is doing and the greater light which is next to it and everything else. So I think it would be a very good idea to take a view of it.
Okay. Sounded like it's going in that direction, but Stephen, what do you have to say on this one?
Yeah, I'm fine with the view. I think I'm actually going to be fine with it. I would ask that with the proposal itself, I would ask David to please punch up the font, maybe a bold on your sheet CD1, because I think it would be helpful to be able to make out the text that indicates where the picket fences are and their heights and the gates and so on and so forth. Everything else is legible, but what's against the backdrop of the shell pattern is not.
Okay, yeah. Note taken.
Thank you.
So can I have a motion from somebody about the view?
Motion to hold for a view, please.
All right, sounds good, Val. Thank you. Abby? She's probably muted. How about you, Diane?
Aye.
I got two, Diane and Abby. How about you, Stephen?
Aye.
Very good. And Val?
Aye.
All right, chairs in favor, motion carries. Thank you, David. See you next time.
Mr. Chair, thank you, commissioners.
May I step out for a moment?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
so
I'm
this.
gonna
this
step out
next
on the next
application-
two because they're together.
Don't fall off the stoop.
I won't.
There goes my bio break.
No, Ray's gonna need one pretty soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so you're off the next two, right, Val?
Yes, please.
Okay, so let's see, Jesse's up for the next one for Topham. That would be 15 Beach Street. Oh, actually, Jesse and Stephen both, because we're ex-Val. Do we have two things? I'm looking for two things. I'm looking for the application and I'm looking for Mr. Topham.
Doesn't.
There he is. How's it going?
Good, Ray.
How's the vacay?
It's great. Yeah, just kicking around.
Wait,
You?
you're like the only American that got to go to Italy.
That's actually Antigua, Guatemala.
Oh,
Well,
Beautiful
well,
place to go.
yeah.
And I'm here for the neighbors.
Okay. Thanks,
Mr.
Linda.
Chair, I also have Sconset Advisory Board comments, and I will mention that Mr. Topham was in attendance, and I greatly appreciate that. Try to let
Okay.
everybody know when agents are there.
Ollie,
I
sorry
also
to-
have comments from the abutter, and I assume that might be who Linda is here representing as well. So first off, let me get to the actual plan so you all know where we're at here down there in Codfish Park. This is the old Santos property. And Joe was nice enough to mention that this structure is not the structure that's listed on the NHL. This is a newer, contemporary, 331 square foot little cottage on the corner there. That was, I guess, designed by Mr. Webster. The Sconset Advisory Board was concerned more, not necessarily on the move itself. They obviously would rather have it be moved in this general location within the same context that it was constructed in. There was concern on what is going to go in its place, but there was discussion about the this stoop that's on the front elevation. Back to the site, which is facing over here. So there's a structure here. It's going to be moving and in parallel, or perpendicular, excuse me, to Beach Street over here. So there was concern on just the making sure it would fit, as well as visibility from once it's moved from this location to the adjacent property, visibility of the lot that is next door in the back at 11 Beach. And 11 Beach is a historic structure. Forget what it's called again. Oh, Gone Native. 11 Cottage, a Codfish. Let's see. And I apologize that the advisory board was looking at both of these at the same time in conjunction, the move off and the move on, just because of their proximity to one another. The overall comments, okay for the move, concern from the neighbor for 11 Codfish and future structure. There was a comment about possibly doubling the density. Other than that, they were happy for it to be reused. So those are the comments for the move off. I'll save the move on when we get to that one.
Right, because I think in this case, it's important because even though it says on our agendas, it says move off to 9 Beach Street, what we're looking at is the appropriateness of moving this building off of this site, not demolishing it, moving it off of this site. And where it's moving to is a separate application. So then we would judge the appropriateness of this building being on that other site. So those are two different things. Now, Linda, I know you're out there, and did you want to speak? And I want to make sure that we're all on the same page on this. Right now, we're reviewing the appropriateness of moving this building off of this site. That's it.
Yep.
Okay? So
They
go
are,
ahead.
oddly, they're direct abutters to 15.
Yep.
The one next to it and 9. Because they sort of have an L-shaped lot themselves. So they're abutters to both lots, the one where it's coming from and the one where it's going to.
Okay.
And they did send a letter in. A lot of it was their philosophical thoughts, because I mentioned it last week in relationship to 10 Beach. That was them also at 10 Beach. And they were concerned about the density. They're concerned about, the overdevelopment, especially now that we've changed it to ROH, which is 40% ground cover. So they're just concerned about the overall development in Codfish Park.
Linda?
They're concerned about what's going in its
No.
place, not so
Linda,
much that
Linda,
it's going.
Linda. We're addressing one thing here.
Right, they've got a global issue here, but they're
Okay,
okay
well,
with this
global
going on.
issue, the global issue is going to be taken up when we start discussing about the next application, which is when it goes on to a different site. Right at the moment, all we're doing is is it appropriate to take this building off of this site and move it? Not
We don't
demolish.
have a real problem with that, because it's a small structure.
Did you
It's
say you do have a problem with it or you don't?
They don't really have a problem with that structure going over there. They have a problem with what may come in its place, and that's another time.
Okay, but again, whatever, if it's Joe that's going to be filing for a new application, you're going to get a crack at that too.
Yeah. So they're all right with this little thing moving over there. There's just the density over there.
All right. So just to be clear, we're doing a move off. So let's see. We heard from Sconset Advisory. We heard from the neighbor. Now, my board, I'm trying to think of where we are in the rotation. Oh, I'm sorry. Val's off. So both of you are on. Stephen and Jesse are both on this. So comments from my board on the move off.
I'm going to want a view, Mr. Chairman, just to cut to the chase for me.
All right.
I mean, I'm familiar with the area, but I haven't looked at this particular property in context of the others. So I don't have an opinion either way.
Okay. Fair enough. All right, so Jesse, anything?
I agree with Steve. A view sounds good.
Okay. Well, because we are going to be obviously getting into a larger issue here than just a move off. Diane?
I would go with a view also.
All right. I think it's sounding pretty much unanimous. Abby?
You.
Okay. Chair. So how about a motion?
Make a motion to view.
Thank you, Diane. Jesse?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Very good. Val?
She's
Oh, no, I'm sorry, not Val. Abby?
Aye.
Yes. Diane?
Aye.
Chairs in favor, motion carries. Okay, so that's a view on that one. And now now we're on to the move on. Okay. So same.
But isn't this part of something don't we want to view the whole,
Well, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much where I'm sure this is going to go. But
yeah, but none of us know this by heart.
What's that?
None of us know this area by heart.
Yeah, right. But
But before you go there, get a context of what you're going to be seeing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should we just cut to the chase? Should we just include this in the view?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And Linda, once we've had a chance to view, you'll be able to voice your concerns once again, okay?
That's fine, just as close to Beach Street as we can get it.
Okay. All right, so can I have a motion to hold
Ray,
this?
can I just talk 1 second?
Oh, go ahead, Joe. Yeah, sorry.
So basically right now with the screen that's up, so where the end arrow is, the north arrow,
Yes.
that's where the existing structure is. We're going to pull it off, rotate it 90 degrees, and then set it in this little pork chop section. The only thing we're going to be doing is removing the covered porch that's over the front door now.
Yeah.
And the one thing that we're looking to do is either do maybe a slight little portico or some little bracketed detail. But I did do a quick little Photoshop because that was something that the Sconset Advisory Board would want to look at. So can I share my screen to show that really quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
All
Just so
yours.
you know what we're looking at.
And if you wouldn't mind, Joe, to email that to me when you're done.
Yeah. So this is the structure rotated. And so what you're looking at to the right is 7.
Actually, we're looking at you, Joe, right now.
No,
Guatemala.
I haven't done me. How do I do this?
You don't do anything. Holly's going to take care of it for you.
No, she
Oh,
doesn't.
no, actually, I'm sorry. Yeah. You have to do this one.
Unless you want to email it to me and I can put it up.
Well, Joe, are you doing screen share?
Well, that's what I was trying to do. Hold
Green
on.
button on the bottom.
Yeah, I got that, but
And then Joe, it should pop up a window with everything you have open in separate little windows. Click on the one you want to show us.
There's nothing there. Hold on.
Or maybe double click on it.
No,
I have
I can't get
better
it out.
browser to do this.
Polly, let me email it to you really quickly.
Yep. No problem. Glad I'm here.
Oh, never mind. It's 105 megabytes. All right, I'll just do it. I keep getting this thing that says I need to open up my system preferences. All right.
You know, Joe, why don't we go out and do our viewing, and then you'll present that the next time you're up?
Yes.
Actually, what you should do is you should get it to the staff so they can put it in with all the other things that they have on the thing, on the screen. Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
All right. All right.
Sorry about that.
And we did take a motion to view with the move on, I believe. So we're all set, right?
Not really, but
I think
Did
you
you
do
say-
need to take a motion. Oh,
Motion to view with move on.
Thank
Oh,
you.
we have your
Jesse.
screen now.
I did it.
Actually.
Oh,
Yes.
Anyways, there's the cottage. That's what you guys are going to see next week. So that's
one on the
7,
right or the one on the left?
right in the dead center. So to the left is the existing cottage where it is. And now that's the cottage rotated 90 degrees.
Oh, I see.
The right is 7 Beach Street.
Yeah.
And 7 Beach Street and 9 Beach Street are going to have the same eave height, just so when you're there, just so you know.
Okay.
All right.
All right, thanks. Jesse has made a motion to view this one. Stephen?
Aye.
Thank you. Val's not here. Abby?
I,
Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Thanks. Jesse?
Aye.
Great. Chairs in favor, motion carries. Okay, great.
Everyone be safe.
Yeah, you too. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you,
Bye.
Joe.
Okay, Sophie's up next. 38 Darramore. Oh, and let's just check in with Val and see how she's doing. Is Val back or is she still at AWOL?
I think she went to fairgrounds.
No, I'm back.
Okay. Okay.
You're busted,
So-
Val.
What?
Got busted.
I got to do something.
Okay, so this one is going to be Jesse because the last two were both of you and the one before that was Steven. So this one is Jesse. So 38 Dellarmore, new dwelling. Okay, Sophie.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
So 38 Darramore, it's a generous lot. You guys approved a demo a few weeks ago. Originally, you know, what you see on the locust map, Holly, if you scroll down, there was an original, it's still what's depicted on that locust. There was a main house and a guest house. And so my clients are sort of redoing that setup, but doing a garage in front versus a guest house. And it's pushed a little bit, so it's a larger house than what was there, but pushed a little bit further back from the road.
Okay.
Wood roof, wood windows, cottage corners, and we're asking for white trim.
Okay. That's
So the east is what you would see from the street.
mhm. Okay. Did you say white trim?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we see the front, AKA east. And how about next? Scrolling down. Left side, south. Okay. How tall is it, Soph?
29.2
Okay.
to the highest.
Mhm.
Do we have pictures of what's right next to it, Soph?
I didn't.
Okay.
Might be worth investigating.
The house that's on the corner of Cliff and Darrymore, if you see the site plan, it blocks the long elevate, the back portion of it would be blocked. But you would see the main mass. If you guys see, yeah, on the right side there, that outline shows
Mhm.
that house there.
Yeah.
And then very interestingly, as you move further down Darrymore away from Cliff, it drops down like 8 to 10 feet.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm positioning the house to the right there, because we're trying to not do a ton of earthwork where you see all the topo lines.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Are the shutters white too?
That's what I've asked for, yeah.
How about the columns?
White, square.
I think if you'd indulge us, I'd like to have a view also of this, just to see how it fits in.
Well, and then we would be able to see what the neighbors are up to.
Right.
On the other side. All right, well, that's a good point, Val.
It's a handsome house. I just want to see how it fits in.
Well, yeah, I think it's good to tell Sophie that. So that was Val. Abby?
She's muted.
Sorry. I agree with Val.
Site viewing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
I agree to the view also.
All right, very good. Jesse?
You sounds good.
Sounds good. Oh, yeah, Jesse, right. And I'll go along with that. So can we have a motion?
Motion to
Oh.
hold for review, please.
Yeah, and I will, I'll sort of second what Val said about, it's a nice looking house. We just want to make sure we're not out of scale with the neighborhood and so forth by doing this viewing. Okay, so the motion was made by Val for a site viewing. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Abby?
Aye.
Thank you. Jesse?
Aye.
Thank you. Val?
Aye.
Chairs in favor, motion carries.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
guys.
Sophie.
Thank you.
Bye.
Mr.
Next up.
Chair,
Oh,
it's Jeff.
yes.
Is it okay if I check out for a little bit just to recharge here?
Yeah. For sure.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
I'll
thanks.
be listening in, but I'll let you know when I'm back on.
Yeah, that would be good if you announce yourself, because sometimes people come in and I'm not aware that they're back. Okay?
Okay.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thanks. Okay, so then that would obviously mean that this next application at 6 Mary Ann would feature Stephen. Okay? Okay, we got our images. Brooke, do we have Brooke? We must. Where's that Brooke?
Yeah. You want me to text him or just
Is
hold
he
for
in the queue?
representation?
Is he not in the queue?
I don't
Yeah.
see.
He is not. Hmm,
All right, motion to hold for representation.
yeah, okay. Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
thank you. Val,
Aye.
chairs in favor, motion carries. Okay, then next on, we have a rather large block of things going on out at Old Sun Island. So, yeah, this is all gonna be Stephen.
That would be
And
me.
would have been anyway. All right.
I thought I was chairman of this.
No, what I think happened, this would be my first time looking at this, but I think that the applicant withdrew and this is now a new application.
Right.
I think, I think you, Val, you were on this, right?
Yes, I was.
You were on the previous.
I was on it,
What?
right.
And Diane, you were, and I believe maybe Abby was as well. But now we have Stephen and Ray in addition. So with that, let me think. Holly, there's nothing that you need to say on this one, right?
No, sir.
Right. Okay, so. Yeah, okay.
It's me.
I have a few things
Sorry.
about this.
Can I present first, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, well, are you the applicant?
Yes.
Okay, then fine. Yeah, we need somebody to present. Yeah.
The first five are all the same, as you know. They are the five buildings. We have building 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or A, B, C, D, in this case, E. And originally they came in with, is that my cursor on here or is that somebody else's?
Your cursor?
Oh, I'm moving my little thing around. Originally they had them also on the liner buildings, which are the taller buildings around the perimeter. But it's only the 5 in the middle.
Okay.
They're basically one pitch. If you can get to a 2 pitch, you've got a good day going on. These panels, as you will see as we get down there, are flat on top of the roof, up elevated 1 or 2 inches. There is an example of one right there. You see it up on the top there?
Just to the left of the letter A.
Yeah, they stuck that up there so you could see it. What wasn't really clear the last time is that these are the same color as the roof, which is metal. They're not black. So there's, and down further, there is a picture of one on a metal roof, very similar to this. But this is built, these are all the buildings here. You can see it just elevated slightly.
Right.
Keep going.
Well, and in terms of what color they are,
They're
Linda,
steel color like the roof. You'll see it. There's a picture of it down, I think, at the end. I think Kathy put it on the end.
Linda.
Yep.
I mean, unless I was
That's just the
climbing up in
brochure
a
of what
tree, I wouldn't be able to see that color anyway.
Yeah, that's just the color of, that's just the brochure of what these panels are. But if you go all the way to the end, you will see one on the
Oh,
roof.
I went out there.
Hang on. That's actually from inside Sun Island. That's not from the road. As you keep going down, see the building on the right, that had one at one point. It does not have one. You can see the visibility from a traveled way is none. See the building right on the right? That's the road on the right where the car is. This building is taller and shingled on the backside than those 5 units. And these buildings surround those 5 units. There's one on
Those were the buildings that you called the perimeter buildings, right?
Yes, the liner buildings.
Liner buildings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I see.
You
Yeah.
went at the very end of this run also.
Right.
And this is what it looks like from Sun Island Road, I guess.
Uh-huh.
That is also from Sun Island Road, moving towards Nobody Farm Road. And then that's actually in Nobody Farm Road, looking at the other liner building, which protects them because these buildings around it are much taller than these buildings because they're pitched. I just stood in Sun Island so you could see the top of it. I took a close-up of it here. That's not for public edification, only because you can't see that from any traveled way. Keep going. This is from Hinsdale. This is the only shot you can get. There was one on this building on the left, they took it off. This is the only shot you get of building E, and then they go back up to A, you know, back north. And this is the liner building. There isn't one on that building anymore, and you can barely see the E, which is there, the 5th one. These are the pictures from Nobodere. I don't know how to turn them. These are the pictures from Nobodere Farm Road. There are structures. There are 2 housing developments and the other liner building between us and Nobodere Farm Road. You cannot see them from Nobodere Farm Road. This is one on the corner. I believe that's the trading post building. And then you've got the duplexes and triplexes and all that, and the single families going to the right. This is looking up Sun Island Road. There's 4 houses here, 3 houses beyond that, and the liner building. That's not actually us, that building in the distance. Here, most of this presentation for the first one is the same for all 5. So we might as well go through these. So you don't have to go.
The only one that it seems to be a little bit different is the E building because of that little glimpse you get from Hinsdale.
Now here, these buildings are in the pit.
Right.
They're pitched roofs. That is a gray roof with a big black panel. The next one is a gray roof with a big black panel. Up on the hill, you can see Toscana's building, a big building with a gray roof and a black panel.
Okay, so the weird thing is that you'd never be able to tell because you're looking only at the side of it, whether it's black or gray.
You can if you back out a little bit. When you're coming down Tomahawk, you can see the
Okay.
top of these.
All right. Okay.
I just stood down lower so I could get a closer look at them. You can see it lifted off the roof here, even farther than we are. And these are metal buildings. This one is Toscana's. It runs the whole length of the building. This is the tent guys right in front of us. This is the view from, oh, this is Arrowhead. You can see my peace sign. This is a structure on Arrowhead. On your way into Arrowhead, before you go down into the pit, there's a whole panel in the back on a gray roof.
Where is it? I don't see it.
Right here.
It's
Oh,
right.
It's like the second or third structure in from Old South Road on the left.
okay.
That's a light gray roof with a full panel. That was a big one. This is the ice rink. You can see it from First Way, from Allen's Lane,
Linda,
I
on
know.
the surf side,
You're
from
missing the
Bacchus.
point.
let me just, so I think I know where this is going to go.
Well, keep going. You got one more that's more beautiful than this one.
All right, but so I think
This is
that,
from First Way.
at least for the two people that are sitting on this for the first time,
All right, hold
namely
on.
even and
That's what those
myself.
look like. They're on a metal roof also with a pitch.
Right.
And the one that's the darkest is coming up. There you go. That's from First Way. No, that's from Bacchus Lane. That's the black panel.
Is
that's
that
on
the
metal
ice
roof.
rink?
Yeah.
Lovely, but it's there.
Okay.
And it does pay
So-
for them.
All right.
Can I ask the applicant a question?
Yes, you may, Diane. Thank you.
The amount of solar panels that are on these buildings, what do you propose to do with it?
Though it's not within the HDC purview, I did ask him that question, knowing that was going to come up again. The power that's coming from those 5 buildings is going back into the Nantucket grid for the Nantucket power grid. It offsets power. It's part of offsetting having another cable, but it goes into the Nantucket power grid. It does not go back over to Harwich. It does not go back over to the Cape, and it doesn't go into the general power grid. It goes back into the switching station downtown.
Hey,
answered that
Linda.
question today.
I'd like to finish my questions, if
Okay.
it's all right with you.
All right, continue, Diane.
In the fact that our approval criteria of solar panels is on individual houses, not buildings that are making money off the existing thing. There's no way that anybody would have any proof to say that that's what they were going to do. The electric company should be notified. Certainly the attorney for Nantucket should be notified. This is doing a business on existing businesses that are not exactly right in our purview. But if we approve them because they were not in our purview, supposedly, we would be in trouble. This is beyond the scope of our solar panels, which are for individual houses. This is a very serious business and should be looked into before any approval is done on these buildings.
They have had a conversation.
Linda,
with
Linda,
Ingrid.
Linda, hang on. I just want to hear from all the board members, please. So Diane, have you said your piece on this?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, I mean, this isn't going to get approved tonight, if that's any consolation. So thank you, Diane. Val?
Yeah, so I do agree, the flat buildings, I went out there, the panels were okay. But to just sort of affirm Diane's concern and and all of our concern was the overall amount of panels was over 1,000. To me, that is a solar power plant of some sort. And I had some questions. One was, is this area zoned for, and don't answer it yet, for this. I recently found out that even though we voted for the Nantucket landfill area to be the solar overlay district, that was just checking a box on an application to be a green community. So that is not where they're going to be sequestered to. So I just had some concerns about that, and I'll tell you why. It seems to me that this is going to start to be a precedent. Every major commercial area that can throw 1,000 solar panels up are going to throw those panels up. And what concerns me about that is, Diane said it, we have been trying to keep solar panels to a minimum of what runs the structure they're on, not to be a moneymaker for somebody. It's hard enough to integrate them and disguise them or screen them when we need to, because we are trying to keep our relationship of preservation and technology in balance. I had some other questions about, along with this, there would have to be, and I only know this because I just went to that meeting where the town wants to put them in at the water company, which is 10,000. What do the extra components look like? There's inverters and battery storage and meters and things like that. So even though this is asking us to approve panels, I think there's more infrastructure we need to know about, because sometimes those are very sizable and those will need to have some consideration and be screened as well. So those are my concerns right now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Val. How about you, Abby? You may be muted. Hold on.
Hi, Ray. My name is Jamie Bridges. I'm with My Generation Energy. We are the solar company that would be doing the installation.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to address Val's question about the other
no,
components. Is that okay? Just quickly?
Listen.
Not yet.
My own view on this is that we are here for one thing and one thing alone, and that is to judge the visibility and appropriateness of something. Whether somebody's making money off of it, whether somebody's, whether there's other issues, like Val's issues that relate to other ancillary things. Obviously, if there are, and they're visible, they're subject to our review, just like everything else. So I don't think that you necessarily right now need to rebut Val's concerns, just register them, okay? Because this is not the first time, this is not the one and only time that this is going to be reviewed. We're just getting started. I'm sure, like, I will want to view this. Stephen is new to this whole thing, so he may want to review this. So I'm going to just hear what the board members have to say, okay? And just in the interest of moving it along, because you will have a chance to address these concerns at some point, not necessarily right now. So Abby.
Yes, sorry, I was muted. I wanted to know what was the name of the applicant? It says Sun Island.
The applicant is called My Generation Energy.
Okay.
The owner of the property is different. They're the purveyors of the solar panels. The owner of the property are all various entities of people who own Sun Island. Bruce McGregor owns all 3 lots, but in different entities.
Okay. Yeah, I was confused about who was actually doing the project. So the concept of using solar, we're all for that, and this seems like a good use to it. I know it's not in our purview, but I would love it if it was going to help our electricity on the island. So other than that, I don't have any comments.
Okay, thank you. Stephen.
Okay, so yes, Mr. Chairman, I did not sit on the previous application. I was not on it after it started, so I did not do the initial view. So I am going to request for myself view. I'm also going to request some additional information, and I'll try and get to that now. If you look at what Holly has up on the screen currently, I'm just a little confused. So I'm going to ask the applicants to provide some clarifications, in part within the applications, but in part for the view. I'm looking at various applications labeled A, B, C, D. I don't have the full list in front of me, but you get the picture. In the aerial image, there are alpha notations on 3 buildings that say A, on 2 buildings that say B, and then the other ones say C, D, and E. Holly,
Those are different lots. See,
please, Linda, I totally get it. I just want to go through my thoughts here so I have some coherence. Holly, if you go to the locus plan, I think it's further. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
I highlighted the wrong one, Steve.
Would you, Holly, would you click on that A application? 5A Sun, 2 tabs over to the left.
One in the middle.
This one?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Yes.
And then go to the locus.
No, that's still 5, Steve.
Yeah,
That's not 5A. 5A is all the way to the right up there at the top, Holly.
This is the one. Okay, so thank you, Linda.
Yep.
So this is, well, that's even more confusing.
Yes, pay no attention to that.
Well, I want to be really clear on this. This is a major project. I want the paperwork to please be in order in a way that I can understand it so that I can understand it. I'm looking at our packet at the application labeled 5A.
That's the blue one.
Holly, is it possible for you to pull that one up? I'm sorry, I had suggested the tab that you selected because
No, it's all the way to the right on the top, Holly, all the way to the right.
On, I can't see everything.
Right there. Right there. That's it.
Okay, Holly, if you would please scroll to the locus. Okay, so for me, what I would like to see is, I believe this is the subject property, the particular structure that the application is for. I would like to see this labeled A for the view on an overall site plan that indicates the respective applications by their letter designation.
They are, Steve.
Hang on, Linda.
No, stop.
Holly, if you scroll
down,
okay, here, stop. This says to me that the first one is the property. Go back up. I'm gonna have you go back and forth just to articulate the point. Okay, thank you. This is circled. It gives me no alpha designation relative to the application. Scroll back down, please. If I look at this and I'm looking at A, I'm seeing A. So Linda, I get what you're saying is that these are in separate lots. So if you're doing this, I would suggest if it's 5A, add an A for it, 5A. If it's 7A, add 7A. So we have an idea when we're looking
at the number.
Yes.
Okay.
And then that also keys into the view for me. Okay, so that's for the individual applications, simply for clarification purposes. It'll solve a lot of confusion, a lot of questions.
Down below, Steve, if you look down below, it says 5A Sun Island Road. I'll put the number up on the actual picture, but it says it down at the bottom.
Yeah, I would just like each building to correspond to the street number and the building number in the application. So for instance, 5A is 5A. If there's a 7A, it's 7A. And then that way it's not confusing. The other thing is I would ask if we would have that for the viewing.
Yep.
And then
computer
indicate in some type, it looks like maybe a marker or a highlighter where on the building, if it's the full roof, it's the full roof. If it's a portion of the roof, a portion of the roof, where the panels will be. And then, and I know that there's information within the application that shows some locations, but again, the confusion for me is that within each application, there are images, aerial images that are labeled A, B, and C, but they're not labeled per the lot, 5, for instance, 5A, and they're in all the applications. So I'm just trying to get information that's specific to an application in that application so that when I pull it up on my tablet and I'm out there viewing it, I have a really clear understanding of what we're reviewing.
All right, I just wanted to make sure that you got the whole picture over here, so you didn't just get one half a picture. But that is, see the highlight, Steve? I did it on all of them. See the highlight on the south side? That's it. And the other two, the two below it, those are also highlighted where the panels are going. And so are A, B, C, D, and E. They're highlighted on each application where the panels are going.
Okay, what are these?
Their relationship.
What are these highlights on the lots?
These are the ones that we saw the pictures of. That's Toscana, that's Tomahawk, and Arrowhead. Those are the ones that I showed you the picture of already, and they're all marked.
Okay, great. So what I would just to clarify after that, thank you for, that's helpful information, Linda. What I would clarify is that for me, for a site view, I would like to have one aerial that indicates which building is which lot and which the alphanumeric reference for each of them, and then highlight whatever sections of the roof are going to get proposed to get solar, because then I can drive around, I can look at one image, one document, and figure out what the heck's going on. We just really need that in order to be effective use of our time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, now, so wrapped up in all that, Stephen, was the presumption that you want to view this with a panel or panels located on various of these buildings.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, coherence is important. So Linda had mentioned the images that I did view that showed panels on different buildings. I do not know if they're still up. If they are,
yes.
Okay. So what I would then ask is on the same aerial is to indicate with black pen specifically the buildings and the approximate location of the sample panels, because it will be much easier for us to go out and take a view and understand what's going on and determine what might or might not be visible. And if it is visible, to what extent, if we can just clearly grasp it.
All right, the black panels are not on the two buildings on Hinsdale, those long buildings, but they're right next to Toscana's building. It's the same panel.
Well,
okay, so
Linda,
as long as you put it in the aerial, so I'm just looking for on one aerial, I'm looking for a complete representation of what's going to go in and mark up the sample or samples location, whether it's on one of the Sun Island buildings or on a different building in the neighborhood.
Toscana's.
Yeah, I just need to know where it is without having to remember on a Monday and a week from now or read a narrative. I just be able to need to see it, and it would be very helpful if you could provide that.
Okay.
Thank you.
okay. Well, I'm in favor of viewing too, because I'm new to this and I would like to see what these look like. So can we agree?
Go on Toscana's, if you all don't want to go on Sun Island, obviously that's not a traveled way, but if you want to go in and take a look, it's sloped down onto those 5 buildings. You can stand there at the top of the driveway into the storage buildings and look. You can see the top. You can just see it picking up over the top of the roof. That's about the best view you're going to get.
Top of what?
On the 5 storage buildings.
Yeah.
You can't see them at all from any of the traveled ways. But if you want to go on to Sun Island and just stand at the top of the driveway that goes down into the storage buildings, which are below grade, you can see the top of it from inside the Sun Island property. So that's probably the best way to see it.
Okay. Long and short of all this is, are we going to do a viewing of basically the entire package here, which would be items 11 through 18?
That would be the easiest for you guys.
Yeah, I think that's essential. if anybody disagrees, I'd like to hear about it, but I think that's where I'd like to start all this.
So I'll make a motion for a view subject to an aerial that indicates by application, for instance, 5A, on the aerial marked up
Yep.
which structures are which and the sample.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. Okay. That is the motion. So on that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
That motion did include items 11 through 18, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Stephen, you're in favor of your motion?
I am.
Okay, and the chair's in favor. Motion carries. Okay,
Thanks, guys. See you next week.
thank you. Yep. Okay,
Mis-
great.
Mr. Chair, if
Yes.
I may, Brooke is actually here.
Oh, right, we passed him by. That was item number 10.
Yep.
Mary Ann. Are we okay with going back to do Brooks' thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Our time is drawing to a close. Okay, so let's hurry it up, Brooke. Chop chop.
All right, can you hear me?
We
Yeah.
can hear you, but we don't have any visuals yet.
I can see myself.
Let's look at
We
some
can see
drawings.
you.
All right, there you go.
Okay. Mary Ann.
All right, there is an existing cape on the structure. It's forward on the lot. We are creating a by definition duplex situation, which this is zoned for, of the exact same perimeter, but not a cape. It'll be a 1.5 story building. It is back on the lot, and if you look at the locus, you will see that it is a fairly dense little area. And the details will be the same as this building.
Oh, it has the same footprint, you say?
Yeah, it's the same footprint. And you'll see to the south of it, there's a very large structure that is blocking it in case there are concerns about visibility, but this is Mary Ann Drive.
Don't say it like that.
Okay. Oh, I see you're connecting them.
Yep.
All right. Brooke, we don't happen to have this thing like connected, a drawing that shows it connected to the existing building, do we?
Yes, if you keep scrolling,
Okay.
there's a profile. Yep.
Ah,
Yep, that's from the north, obviously.
what is that stuff? Screen fabric?
So it's going to be a screen porch, basically, that connects the buildings, and it is the minimum threshold for a connection between buildings that allows the structure to be called a duplex.
Okay.
So rather than joining it and making it one large building, we can separate these two so they look like they're two separate structures, but so you don't have one large mass.
Mhm.
And you have this tiny little connector that'll be cedar, natural to weather.
Okay. All right. I guess we've seen the whole package, haven't we? We've seen the back.
And then there's just a section, so you get a sense of the screen porch. The west elevation is looking backwards at the existing structure.
Mm-hmm.
And then the west elevation on the bottom would be the view from the rear of the lot. There are structures there as well on adjacent lots. So
Right,
this is a pretty well ensconced building.
Okay. How tall is that back piece?
I think I've got it at 27 feet.
Okay. All right. Any questions from the board? Comments?
Trying to think about what's next to it. Was this on our view pack?
There,
I mean, I know the area generally, but
there are photos on this application, or there, that I included, and you can see in one of the photos, keep going. Right there, front structure east facing Marianne. You look to the left, you see the building to the left.
yeah, a little piece of it.
Yeah, I mean, you see a piece of it, but it's obvious that it's a very large gable forward structure.
Mr. Chairman, to Val's comment about view pack, it was not included in the view pack.
Okay.
Thank you, Holly.
And it's all cedar natural to weather.
Hey, something just occurred to me. Who is our, what is our board on this before I start pulling my board? Because we jumped back. Jesse, are you still around? Oh no, Jesse took off, didn't he?
Mm.
I think he did. That would leave you, Stephen. Okay, so
I'm ready.
Hi, guys. I heard you. Sorry.
Oh. Okay. Listen, you get the next one, Jesse. Stephen's.
Okay. Got it. No problem.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hang in there. Stephen.
Yeah, so I mean, it's dense, but it's a very dense area, and it's within the setbacks. And I don't know that any of it's going to be visible. So for me, settings are addressed. The setting, the contextual setting, I think it is a little large for the lot, but I think by and large, contextual setting is addressed and the visibility is addressed. So.
Thank you, Stephen. Val?
So I do have a question. Aren't duplexes supposed to have one? I know this isn't our thing, but it is our thing. Parking is huge. There doesn't seem to be enough parking.
Can you address that, Brooke?
And
Four
parking
lots,
creates on the street, and that to me visually is part of our purview.
Right. These 4 lots exist. And
4 lots or 4?
I mean, four parking spots exist. If we are required to have more, I will certainly come back for a revision.
Supposed to be 1 per bedroom.
It depends on the zoning.
Ugh, it makes me crazy. Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Well, this is what was there before this was being proposed.
I know, but now you're adding 3 or 4 bedrooms.
Okay, so if we're gonna go down, if you go a few lots up and you look at Ryder's parking lot, all right, this is a C-Tech situation or whatever. It's let me check the zoning on this.
What's the point of all this anyway? I mean, are we talking about the parking spaces?
Well, the reason I'm talking about that, Mr. Chair, is because it is very important in reviewing a structure and how it relates to its surroundings. Yes, this is a commercial area, but when there's not enough parking spaces, then people park on the street. And in my opinion, that's in our purview.
The visual part of it?
Yes.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to just amend my prior comment. I didn't think about the additional parking. Brooke, I would just say in additional feedback that if I were to move forward on this as it is, it would be subject to the parking as it exists and not expanding it without knowing in advance if it's going to be expanded. Because I think the end result of it otherwise is that we might approve structures with inadequate parking and then an applicant, I'm not suggesting just you, and I'm not suggesting that this is intentional in any way, comes back and all of a sudden we're put in a very awkward position where we have to approve 2 more parking spaces, which take up the entirety of the front of the lot. And maybe that would be appropriate in some instances and maybe it wouldn't, but I would prefer that as a voting member that I knew what I was getting into in advance. So I would ask you to look into the parking, whether it's efficient. If it is, great. If it's not, just put it on the plan. So we can, if there's comments, we can make them and address it at one fell swoop.
All right, fair enough.
Mr. Chair,
I'd like
yes.
to make,
I just
Well,
want on the
Mark?
parking scenario, for what it's worth, the property is zoned C-Tech based on the town's GIS map.
Yes,
And C-Tech requires 1 per bedroom
right,
for duplexes. So,
right.
um,
Where does that put us, Brooke?
At least
I'm looking, hang on.
How many bedrooms do you have?
He's
I
furious.
don't know. offhand.
What?
I'm just very sensitive to this because I live in a situation in my area where there's
We're
never.
sort of, okay, but we're spending a lot of time trying to figure out this parking, Brooke,
There's a bunch of beds, bro.
how many bedrooms do you have?
Yeah, I'm counting right now. Hang on. I don't,
Well, if you have to count, it's more than 4.
well, fine. It's, let's see, more than 4. Yes, it is more than 4. 1, 2.
Okay.
Yeah, so I can certainly adjust the parking.
All right, look, why don't you just go back and count the bedrooms and show us a site plan that takes into account the requisite number of parking spaces, and I think that will help at least a few of your board members move along with this, okay?
All right.
All right, so can I have a motion to hold this? Diane, did you want to say something?
yeah, I would like to, if it's okay.
Yeah, go ahead, of course.
I was wondering what the heights were of the 2 buildings.
I thought Brooke said 27 on the back one. I didn't ask him about the front one. Because it's.
Well, what's the front one? It's supposed to be up than the back one.
Okay, before we go down this little rabbit hole, if you look right next door, there is a, in the photo, and you'll see it, there is a building where there is a smaller mass forward and a larger mass backward. But to answer your question, and this is Marianne Drive, I'm just going to say that again. The rear building is 27 feet. And the
front one's going to be like 25.
Yeah.
No, not about, don't you know how tall it is?
Yeah, it's 24 and a half feet is the front one.
24 and a half.
Yeah. So it's 30 inches taller. But again, it's back away. It's not right up against it. So you're not going to see.
I understand that.
Okay.
Looked pretty close to me, but anyway.
Well, the point is.
For more information.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's, at this point, that's probably a good thing to do. So we might be able to knock off at least one other application tonight. So can I have a motion? Oh, was that your motion, Val?
Yeah.
Okay, for further information. Okay,
Yeah.
that was Val's motion. Stephen?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Abby?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Chairs in favor, motion carries. Okay.
Thank you very much for coming back to this.
Okay, now we're going to go on to number 19, 20 Sherburne Turnpike. And this,
Ray, this is my last one. Thank you.
well, it's 10 of, so depending on, this is going to be pretty much everyone's last one. Okay, so Jesse, are you still on board?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I just noticed that this is a move off demo of the main house and the guest house. So you're going to be on both of these, okay? Because they both are related to 20 Sherburne Turnpike. Okay.
Okay.
Who do we have representing here?
Sophie Metz.
Oh, hi, Sophie.
Hi. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with this house. It's right on the road. There's a huge hedge in front, but it was built in, it's 1976, I think. It's like over 4,500 on the ground. It's a ranch. If you scroll down, there are photos. If you sneak behind the bush, you see it. It's sort of a rambler. It appears to have been added on to at many times.
I really like the street lamp, as long as we can save that.
And in certain areas, it's missing windows, but there's plastic lattice with roses growing on it.
Sweet. Keep scrolling, Holly. Okay, so you want to move off demo for this guy, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. People?
Motion.
Thank you. Oh, that's a nice window.
I like that.
There's so many nice features of this. We've got that window, we've got the air conditioning unit, we've got this gazebo. Gosh. Okay.
That's a gazebo on a deck.
There is a motion to approve the move off demo of this building. Is there any further discussion on this? If not, I'd like to take that to a vote. Sounds like there's none. Okay, so I'm going to take this to a vote. Abby has made a motion to approve the move demo of the main house here. Val?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Very good. Thank you, Jesse.
Aye.
Great. Abby?
Aye.
Chairs in favor. I got everybody, right?
Yep.
Okay, motion carries. So let's take a look at this guest house. Al, maybe we'll get to yours if this goes smoothly here. So Sophie?
So I wasn't able to find the age on this one, but it's sort of bizarre because there's a garage door on it. There's no way to get a car to it. And it's fiberglass doors and vinyl windows. So I originally thought maybe it predated the house, but I'm not so sure.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Does anybody have any issue with a move off demo of this building?
No.
Okay. Was that an
Yes.
Okay. Abby has made a motion to approve the move off demo of this structure.
Can I just add one thing?
Yeah, of course you can, Diane.
I would like to put in a thing saying to save in the move or the demo, to save as much of the vegetation as possible.
Oh.
It is beautiful vegetation.
Yeah.
I'd hate to see just a bulldozer run through it. Look at that weeping tree there. It's worth picking up and moving out while they do it. It's terrible to destroy what they might want to use if they put another building in there.
Okay.
Just consider.
Thanks for that. Abby, would you mind adding that to your motion?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. So the motion has been modified to approve the move off demo on the condition that you save whatever vegetation you can in so doing. All right, so that was Abby's motion. Val?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Jesse?
Aye.
And Abby?
Aye.
Chairs in favor, motion carries. Okay, that's that.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks. Now, we still have a little bit of time left before 9 o'clock. Can we do Val?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. Abby, were you taking off now?
Yes.
Okay, so Abby's finished. So the board on this is going to be Diane, Stephen, Jesse, and myself. Hopefully we're all here, right?
I'm here.
Okay, good.
Mr. Chair, I also have sconce advisory comments.
Very good. Just go ahead with that. Well, actually, Val, I should have asked you to start. Are you okay moving forward with a 4-person board on this?
Yeah, I think it's pretty simple.
Okay, I just
Yeah.
want to ask. Okay, so Sconset Advisory.
So, there was a conversation, and this was very helpful, Val, to having the context of the existing structures that are out there in that subdivision.
Yeah.
There was a conversation about the front doorway. They liked actually number 14 shown here, that little craftsman style door versus this with the side lights.
Yeah.
That they like that better. They understood the reason for the window being smaller versus the one that's flanking the door on the other side, but it seems to be kind of off balance. So that was a conversation that they had, that the side light should be removed, but understanding that you probably are looking for additional light. So maybe that craftsman style type of window or door would be helpful on that. On the south elevation, go down to there. I guess there was also a conversation about the you've got some looks like fixed 6/6 windows versus the 6/1. Is that correct?
Oh,
Or are they actually double hung 6/6 and 6/1s?
Where are you looking?
so yeah, on the south elevation, Val, you've got basically all of the double hung windows are 6/1, and then you've got one that's a 6/6. Oh, and similarly, on the west elevation, those windows are 6/6. So I think there might be sort of an inconsistency in terms of 6/1 or 6/6.
Oh,
See?
or are you talking about a 6 light? Oh, no, it's a
No.
6/1. So that's my mistake. Sorry.
All right, so those
Sorry,
are all,
sorry.
the 6/6 are supposed to be 6/1, right?
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Sorry.
But then there was also a conversation about maybe instead of having these, double hung odd shaped windows, maybe having something that was kind of like sconce-y, kind of quirky, at a diamond element. Just take for what it's worth. The porch, there's a conversation about the porch kind of being a little deceptive just because it doesn't go along. They were calling this the sofa bump out because we looked in the floor plan and that's the sofa area. Get to it on your floor plan right here is a prime example of why this couldn't wrap around to it.
Wait, I'm not understanding here. Oh, no, I get it now.
The bump
Yeah.
out for the sofa.
So it would be an oddball. That's an attempt to have some, secondary 1-story massing. I think if you go to the front page and you look at the contextual houses, it is really very much in keeping with what's out there. And what drives a lot of the design in this particular development, this is right when you're coming into Sconset on the left-hand side, is that there are so many restrictions of what you can do. You can't go over 25 feet. 60% of the structure has to be 22 feet or under. So by virtue of these things, the houses really start to look fairly similar. In terms of the front elevation, I think we can work with that. We can put in a door with some, like the craftsman door or something similar. My suggestion maybe if the window situation bothers people is to maybe put a railing, which would mitigate the 2 different sizes. But those kind of things, and I will obviously fix the 6/1. That's just
Well, let's hear from the board members too before we draw any conclusions. So let's see. How about Diane?
Right, you're going to fix the windows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Skinner Land, right?
Yes, that's right.
Right. So, I don't mind the rest of it. I think it's very good. Just, are we doing 6/6s or 6/1s?
6/1.
Okay, so those two 6/6s on the north elevation are going to become 6/1s?
Yeah, wherever I have 6/6.
Okay, on the front elevation east, is there any reason that those two windows to the left of the front door have to be smaller? You got a staircase going up there?
It's a staircase, but
yeah,
we can come up with something.
Is that it, Diane?
I just thought the front of it. Yes.
Oh, I was just asking.
I
if
just
that
thought
was
the
it.
front. That's all. Whatever she could do or can't do with treating that front door and two windows would be nice. Okay.
That sounds great. Thank you, Diane.
Mr. Chair, on a comment about those front windows, there's also a comment from Sconset Advisory about maybe moving the window sills up. So have another window very similar in the same elevation. I don't know, that was another comment.
Wait, I'm not sure I quite understand what they meant.
Either.
So instead of basically having them up higher, like to this elevation, so the windowsill goes up. So they're both the same size that are flanking the front door because you need to have them high because of the stairwell. That was just a thought that they brought up.
Well, it just make.
Well, that's what I was thinking of, and because I have a window on my staircase going up, and it's great because you get a different view as you go up the stairs. But it's a very nice front door, so I was hoping we could just enlarge those two windows to the left a little bit.
Yeah, I'd be more in favor of enlarging the windows to the left and making the windows to the right smaller. But thank you, Diane. We still need to hear from Stephen and Jesse. So either one of you want to chime in?
I will.
Go ahead,
Jesse here. So on the front east elevation, couple small things that might help with the windows. I think Val mentioned this earlier, is possibly putting the rail to see if you can get the median rail on the windows to the right, to the height of the top of the rail of the porch, so it mitigates the windows and helps with helps with the look. I hope I said that.
Everything else.
You did.
So, and the other thing regarding the porch and the little hip roof bump out couch room, what if we brought the hip roof couch room hip roof up higher to meet the same height as the porch and then carried the porch over?
So I was trying to explain that before. If you look at the floor plan, that bump is only 4 feet. The porch is 8. So to wrap that around, I'd have to make the bump bigger, and it won't fit on the lot. Those lots are long and skinny.
Oh, well, no, you could also change the roof.
It would be a bastard hip.
Don't you think it would be a weird?
I'm just saying that's the way that you would be able to do that.
Yeah. I mean, I get it, and I don't think you're right, because you'd have two different. It would be competing with each other, the two angles. So that's my comments on the east elevation. The north elevation, I'm fine with, other than the actual changing of the windows, which we've already discussed. And then the question is on the west elevation, is that visible?
No. Well, probably from the golf course.
I was just going to say that the actual bays of the French doors look tall, but I mean, that might just be a CAD thing.
What looks tall, Jesse?
The French window bay windows,
Oh, the doors.
the doors, yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's the grill pattern. There's a gas fireplace in between, which is why we have this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And then I'm totally fine with the final elevation there, which I can't see which that is. That's south elevation. That looks great. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Jesse. How about you, Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I guess just on the east elevation, after discussion about the couch wart, I actually like the idea that the roof, those match on the left and the right, the shower enclosure and that little wart. Not exactly match, but it's enough that gives balance. And a sense of some additive massing. So, I mean, it's not tremendous amount, but I'm okay with that. The windows have been addressed, and Jesse mentioned some other things that I'm good with it, other than, you know, what's been mentioned.
Okay, me too. I mean, yeah, I think enough's been said about this. So why don't we look for some small minor revisions on this?
Okay. When's the deadline for that? Thursday?
I don't know.
I think so.
Do not know.
Okay.
Can somebody make that motion?
Is there any way we could do it through staff, or you want to see it?
Listen, I'm fine.
I'm fine with through staff.
Fine with staff here.
I just would like maybe Diane to craft the motion.
Diane, let's see, you're muted right at the moment. We're gonna unmute you.
She had a little bit better grasp on the window issue than I did. I kind of blipped on that.
Diane, you're still muted, sorry.
Well, okay.
I'm thinking what I would do is put railing on the front of the porch, change the front door. And instead of the two smaller windows on the left, I do one of the larger size that's on the other side of the door.
Like that.
And change all the 6/6s to 6/1.
Correct.
Diane,
Bob's to take garbage.
that would be my motion, actually. That's exactly what I was going to say, Val.
Yeah, I'm willing to have that as a motion myself. Let's get this approved.
Well, so Stephen's made the motion, actually. So I'm going to recap the motion. The motion would be on the front elevation, the east elevation, to change the two small windows to the left of the door to one large window. All of the windows that are shown now as 6/6 would go to 6/1. And the front door, did we decide that was not going to have side lights and it was going to be what do we call it? Bungalow style?
Yeah, for now. Yep.
Yeah. And was that it? Did I cover?
And we had some rails too.
Oh yeah, and railings on either side, between the posts on the front. So that was Stephen's motion. Jesse?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen?
Aye.
Chairs in favor. Through staff, motion carries. Okay.
All right.
I think that's it. Now, so can I have a motion to hold the remaining items? That would be items numbers 22 through 46 to when?
Yeah, is it Thursday?
Tuesday.
I don't know whether we have a meeting Thursday.
We do, like, if you guys want it.
No.
Well, I don't want it necessarily. I got to even see. I have such a busy week. I don't have my calendar in front of me to see whether it would be at 1 o'clock, Kadeem.
It would, and it's currently posted for Thursday at 1. Yeah, so it's definitely available if it's something you got.
Okay, so I think what we do is let's motion to hold for Thursday, but then we have to see whether we're gonna have enough people. Right? Okay?
Okay.
I think that's safe.
Yes.
So,
Okay.
Kadeem,
Right.
I think, could you just send out a memo to everybody tomorrow and say, would you be able to attend the Thursday meeting at 1 and see what the response is like to that? Okay, so Diane, were you about to make a motion to hold items 22 through 46 to Thursday's agenda?
Yes, I was.
Thank you.
Yes.
Let's see. Abby is gone, so Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
And that includes if we don't meet Thursday, it'll be the next meeting.
correct.
Yes, aye.
Yeah. Jesse,
Aye.
Diane.
Hi.
Yep, and chairs in favor, so motion carries. So all those items theoretically are going to Thursday. We'll see what our attendance is going to be like. So that's that. The next, can we approve these minutes on other business?
Yeah, and I make a motion to approve the minutes of June 23rd and 30th, July 2nd, 6th, 10th, and 13th, as any were revised.
Great, thank you, Stephen. Jesse,
Aye.
Diane. We'll go to
Aye.
Diane. Oh, was that Diane saying aye?
Yep.
Okay, Val,
Yes, what? I said aye.
okay, Stephen,
Aye.
and chairs in favor, so the minutes are approved. What else we got here?
Can I ask that, I think I asked before, but I might have misunderstood myself. For the motion, I'm sorry, for the mission statement.
Yes.
Under other business, that we just move it to the front of the next meeting.
I don't remember you saying that, but I'm totally in favor of doing that. Move it
Yeah,
along.
and Kathy had distributed it for everyone, just so we can get it out of the way.
Yeah, I would really love that.
That's okay.
Okay, that's fine with me. So, yeah, if we could just do that for whatever the next meeting is.
I
All
mean,
right. And
we
let's
leave it where it is, and I'll make a motion to move it up then. If not, it's fine. I just wanted to make sure that was okay. Like, if
I need to make a motion, I can just say that it moves to.
no, I mean, at the next meeting, we can leave it where it is, and I'll just, when we approve the agenda, if I remember, I'll make a motion to move.
Okay. Well, yeah, you can do that too.
Okay, whatever's easier.
All right. I think we've probably all had enough for one night. Are we ready to adjourn?
Yes, please.
Okay, can I motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Val. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen?
Aye.
Jesse?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Chairs in favor, motion carries. Thank you all so much for your time.
Have a good night, everyone.
Everybody have a good night.
Aye.
Good night.